then why did it? Okay. Here we go. We're going to call the public safety meeting to order. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Alderman Boyd,
Present.
Alderwoman Davis,
Present.
Alderwoman Howard,
Present.
Alderwoman Spencer,
Excused.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Present.
Alderman Bosley, Alderman Muhammad, Alderman Oldenburg,
Excused.
Alderman Ryan, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Here.
Alderman Page,
Present.
Chairman Vaccaro.
Present.
7 present, you have quorum.
Okay, so moving on, we're going to go for the, need a motion for the minutes in September 28th meeting. If everybody's read it over.
I move for approve the minutes dated September 28th, 2021.
I'll second it. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
She's here.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
thank you. Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderman Bosley, Alderman Muhammad, Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Ryan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderman Page,
Aye.
Chairman Vaccaro,
Aye.
8 aye votes.
So we're going to start with Board Bill 103, which is actually my board bill, which is the jail oversight. So at that point, the vice chairman will take over the meeting then.
Actually, Mr. Chairman, you mean Board Bill 19?
Oh, you know what? It is. See, that's why you're.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Madam Clerk, can you read the preamble to Board Bill 19, please?
Board Bill 19 sponsored by Alderman Joseph Vaccaro, an ordinance establishing a detention facility oversight board comprised of St. Louis residents that shall receive and review complaints of misconduct in the city's detention facility, and it shall discretion, investigate complaints of misconduct, specified types, incident, patterns of misconduct, and systematic problems and practices, and may receive Division of Corrections policy directors and detention facility operations and conditions, and monitor divisions of correction, investigation, and make any findings and recommendations to the mayor and the Board of Aldermen based thereon.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized on Board Bill 19.
Thank you. So Board Bill 19 came about when Adolfo Pruitt, Reverend Gray, Vice Chairman Boyd, and myself were all part of a committee that went over and took a look at the jail and the situations in the jail. We all got together and decided that something needed to be done. And I really want to thank Mr. Pruitt as well as Reverend Gray and Vice Chairman Boyd for helping put this together, actually basically putting this together. It is because we have people in the jail that are sleeping on the floor that need a voice. They need an independent voice. And, that's really all I'm going to say. This is it. We went out of our way, or they went out of their way to meet with the mayor's office multiple times. This isn't, she has other bills or other ideas. This is what we feel was a good compromise. And other than that, I will let either Mr. Pruitt or Mr. Gray or Jeffrey talk, Vice Chairman Boyd talk on it. Otherwise, I think it's a simple bill. I think it's a civilian oversight board that will look, have the power to go in and look at the jail and make sure that the people are treated well. Some people will say, well, they don't have, excuse me, they don't have any authority. They have the power of the pen. They can at least let us know what's going on inside there. Yeah, can they fire somebody? No, but they do have the authority, and I have faith in those guys. So I'm going to give it back to the vice chair. And if Mr. Pruitt or Mr. Gray, and then I'll answer any questions that anyone might have on this. But I believe it's a simple bill, and I think we should be able to get through it.
Okay, we have 3 speakers signed up. Reverend Darrell Gray, Adolphus Pruitt, Ms. Kimberly Taylor Riley, and we'll start with Reverend Gray. Reverend Gray, are you there?
I think they've been having trouble with getting him a link.
Okay, we're gonna move over to Mr. Adolphus Pruitt. Mr. Adolphus Pruitt, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so I have to swear you in. Do you promise to swear or affirm that your testimony be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Absolutely.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pruitt.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Chair, Chairman, members of the committee, you know, I was going to speak sort of directly to the bill, but I think I may, if you may bear with me, I think I may have another way of addressing this to really give you a better understanding what the bill will or will not do. You know, we receive complaints all the time from loved ones who have someone that is incarcerated in either the jail or the minimum security institution. And so last night I got in and this morning took calls off the phone. If you can bear with me, I want you to hear a call and then I tell you why this bill will address the issues that are raised on this call. If that's okay, Mr. Vice Chair.
Go ahead and proceed.
Can you hear?
Hold it up to your microphone.
Is that better?
Where's your microphone?
I'm on these Bluetooth.
Okay, because you need to hold you pretty much need to hold that to a microphone
Probably.
so that we can hear it better.
Yes. I give that a shot. Let me come off of these. Maybe. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you.
No.
We were
yes.
having problems hearing your phone.
Yeah, I know. I just want to make sure you can hear me.
Okay.
Is that better?
I'm so sorry to call at such a late time, but I'm calling because I don't know sure if anyone is aware that in St. Louis, Missouri, around 2 o'clock this evening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Me and technology, I'm very sorry.
Good evening. I'm so sorry to call at such a late time, but I'm calling because I don't know sure if anyone is aware that in St. Louis, Missouri, around 2 o'clock this evening from the Justice Center, that inmates were transferred to the workhouse on Hall Street that's supposed to be closed as of June of this year. It is inhumane conditions there. And one of the people that was transferred was my son. And he is over there at the workhouse. He said it's rats, mice, cockroaches. You can look into the other cells because there's big old holes in the walls and floors. They have no cots to sit on, no food, nothing. And they're sitting on the floor. And in some areas it's dark, no light. They weren't supposed to be transferred. It was unaware to them that they were being transferred. I'm just trying to bring this to their attention because more cruelty is being put on to Black people. No matter what they have done, this is not right. So if you could call back at 311.
Great. So, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, member of the committee, based on what you heard, if this oversight board was in place, this is a complaint we could give to that board. That board would have the authority to go into the facility, look into everything that was raised in this complaint, interview the detainee, interview staff, as relates to, say, if the food was in there and it was being contracted out of medical services, interview that contractor, secure documents, do everything necessary to nail down and see if all of the things that have been raised in this complaint are true. Then after that, the board would be required to render some sort of recommendation. It would be required to document it. It would require on an annual basis to publish a report that basically says, here's all the range of complaints we got. Here's what we looked into. Here's what we found. And here's the recommendations on how we're going to address those issues. That's what this bill would allow, and would also allow the same thing to happen if these detainees would transfer under contract to a facility outside of St. Louis. This board bill provides that within that contract that we have to have access to that detainee that we've contracted out, and we have to look into their complaint and have access to records and things of that nature. That's what this bill does. It creates a mechanism that is fairly third-party, citizen-driven, that has the ability to go in and investigate complaints of this nature and come up with recommendations, period. And not just as relates to complaints. It has the ability to look at the facility and come up with recommendations on what the facility should look like. It has the ability to look at how professional staff is being handled, how they're being trained. It has the ability to look into every aspect of corrections under the city and every aspect of any outside contracts that are tied to corrections under the city and how they perform and make reports and recommendations. So we think it's a very good bill. We think it gets to the heart of the matter. I will preface by saying this: normally when we get complaints like this, like I said, we just pulled it off the phone. As a courtesy, we always contact the director of public safety. We haven't on this one, we just got it. And normally when we do, they do respond and they do get back with us and give us a update report based on their findings. And so they've been cooperative, but we think that we need to go further than that and use this bill. And the final thing I would say, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chairman of the committee, as you know, to some degree, we were working with on a broader bill that dealt with accountability for both police and corrections. And I think that thing is, I know it's still floating around, but I'm confident that even if it happens, it will provide for us to do the same thing. So that's all I had to share, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, Mr. Pruitt, just for the record, you tell people again who you are, who you represent.
Sure, I'm Adolphus Pruitt. I'm the president of St. Louis City NAACP, and I'm a resident of the 28th Ward.
Thank you. I don't see Mr. Gray. Next up is Miss Kimberly Taylor Riley.
Gray is up there. I'm sorry.
Is he? Okay, I'm sorry. I go back up. Good morning, Reverend Gray.
Good morning, Vice Chair Board. It's a pleasure being here this morning. And first of all, I want to
wait a minute, Reverend Gray. Are you representing an organization or a citizen as president?
I'm a resident.
Okay, so I'm going to swear you in. I'm going to ask you to tell us where you live. So okay. Do you promise to swear or affirm that your testimony be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do affirm.
Okay, go ahead, Reverend Gray.
Thank you very much. Mr. Pruitt said I'm a resident of the 18th Ward. I'm coming as a resident.
By the way, I'm sorry. By the way, can you give us your block, your 100 block of where you live?
4358 Enright Avenue.
Thank you. Go ahead. Proceed.
You're welcome. I guess I want to go back and, as Mr. Pruitt said, first of all, I want to thank the chairperson and the vice chairperson for extending this opportunity. This is, for us anyway, a culmination. Mr. Pruitt, myself, Alderman Boyd, Alderman Vaccaro, and others who served on the corrections task force that was created by former Mayor Lyda Crewson. The purpose of that task force you are all very familiar with. Several incidents at the Justice Center that needed to be reviewed and addressed. As a result of the review of the task force, which I had the honor of serving as chair, we came away with 80 plus recommendations. We felt that there were probably more recommendations that we could have made, but based upon the limited time and the limited scope that our task force had, we felt that the 80 plus recommendations were sufficient to at least be a starting point to look at some of the problems and to address some of the problems that we found at the Justice Center. Subsequent to that, Chairperson Vaccaro invited Mr. Pruitt and myself to serve on a subcommittee for corrections with the Public Safety Committee.
This is Sharon Kennedy. You can
and
reach
it
me
is
at 258-122.
it is in that role that we agreed to serve on, I guess, this ad hoc committee to review the drafting or the creation of an independent oversight board for corrections. We wanted to make it very clear, committee members, from the outset that we didn't want another advisory committee. St. Louis County has an advisory committee that basically has no authority. It reviews, it recommends, but it has absolutely no authority. And we felt that we needed an independent civilian oversight committee that had authority, that had teeth, that had responsibility, that had a clear task on what it was created to do in order to be effective. We had heard too often, Chairperson, that the task force was simply a rubber stamp for the former mayor, that the task force was to be utilized simply to kick the can down the road. And every member of that task force pushed back against that assertion. We understood our role and our responsibility. We understood that we were looking to create something that would be concerned not just for the inmates, detainees, but for correctional officers and administrative staff as well. And we felt that we wanted to create something that would address the health and the welfare and the safety of everyone. As Mr. Pruitt indicated, this was not simply something that was done by myself and Mr. Pruitt and Alderman Boyd and Alderman Vaccaro in consultation with the lawyer for the Public Safety Committee, but several other people from the mayor's office. And I know Ms. Kimberly is going to speak to that. Interim Public Safety Director Isom, Deputy Director Heather Taylor, and a host of others chimed in to this. So this is, I want to be very clear, this is not just the product of 4 or 5 people sitting around the table. This is a product of extensive conversation. I do want to say, and hopefully there'll be an opportunity for questions and answers. Does this particular board bill go far enough to create exactly what we want? The answer would probably be no, which is why you have this committee. I'm sure that this committee will fill in the blanks, anything that we missed. I'm sure that members of this committee, members of the board of all the people will make sure that this board bill is strengthened to do exactly what it is intended to do, and that is to give oversight to our Department of Corrections, particularly CJC. We want to make sure that what this bill does as well, if not in its current state by the time it gets through the process, is to provide independent investigators that we might independently investigate use of force. The whole idea of this. And I honestly believe that the mayor supports this bill wholeheartedly, based upon the conversations that we've had within the groups, that this is supported by the mayor, that this bill will be supported by the mayor. Because I think that Alderman Vaccaro, Alderman Boyd, the mayor and her administration, and all the people that are here want to change the culture. It is a very toxic culture in corrections and on our police force. And we believe that this type of legislation, this type of work will definitely be effective in addressing, attacking, changing the toxic culture that we have. We appreciate the opportunity to work with Alderman Boyd and Alderman Vaccaro. We appreciate the opportunity to move forward to work with this particular committee and doing the best we can with the citizens of the city, understanding that just because people are detained doesn't take away their right to good health, their right to security, and their right to safety. And with that, I would ask that this committee wholeheartedly support this legislation and create this oversight committee. Thank you very much, Alderman Boyd.
Thank you. Next up, Ms. Kimberly Riley Terry. Did I get that right? Let me see. Taylor Wright, my bad. Ms. Riley, are you out there?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can. Sorry
Awesome.
about that.
No,
I'm multitasking. I have all these windows. So
not
Kimberly,
a problem.
So yeah, introduce yourself. You're a city employee, so we typically don't swear in our city employees. But introduce yourself. Tell us what you do for the city, and then you may go ahead and testify.
All right. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Thank you for allowing me to be present kind of at the last minute. I didn't hear about this meeting until yesterday evening. So I apologize if there are things that are new to the bill that I have not yet gotten my hands around. But my name is Kimberly Taylor Riley. I am the Commissioner of Civilian Oversight for the City of St. Louis. This office takes complaints against the St. Louis Metropolitan Police officers relative to misconduct that is alleged by citizens in the city, but it can also be alleged by folks that are just passing through and happen to have contact with our law enforcement officers. We have 2 investigators here, and we have an executive assistant as well. So we are an office of only 4, including myself, but that is the work that we do over here. The investigations are not done by my investigators in the first instance. They are instead performed by IAD. My investigators receive the full files after they're completed. They review that information. They make recommendations to our board, and the board ultimately decides whether they agree, disagree, or what further action relative to a particular investigation. So in a nutshell, that's what our office does. As it relates to your board bill, first, I want to say that we are wholeheartedly in support of the creation of an oversight board relative to detention facilities. I have been asked by the mayor's office to respond to complaints that she receives relative to conditions at corrections. And so since about May of this year, I have been receiving those complaints and reviewing them and responding to them on the mayor's behalf. So I am at least somewhat familiar with what kinds of complaints are coming in. And I agree with Reverend Gray and Mr. Pruitt as well, that those are certainly issues that need to be addressed. So with that said, I have to express some concerns about limitations to the bill as I understand it. And again, I have to confess that I haven't had a chance to make it through the entirety of the bill. It appears that there have been some changes to it, and I don't know that some of these things may not have been addressed, but I could not find them when I was reviewing the bill this morning. So with that, I will say that there's a concern about the reporting mechanism. It appears that it is set up so that we report directly to the mayor's office. And I believe that we also do reports to the Public Safety Committee of the Board of Aldermen. However, if that's how it is structured for that detention facility board, that means that they don't have any power relative to discipline. So they are more relegated to an advisory capacity. A lot of times, by the time the investigation is completed, any discipline that's going to be provided may already have happened by the time this body completes its investigation. So that's certainly a concern, is not to be able to weigh in before that discipline happens. There's also a concern about subpoena power. I noted that there was in the bill a reference to being able to request witnesses and access to documents or folks. The problem is that if they don't have subpoena power, they don't have a way to compel that. And I think Reverend Gray and Mr. Pruitt would agree that not having cooperation from corrections or from the Department of Public Safety in the event that they're trying to gather information has been an obstacle in the past. So that would certainly be a concern as well. When we're talking about the process for appointing members, it seems that it's very time consuming. And if we're looking at starting this board from the ground up, which according to my understanding of the bill, that's what we would be doing. If we do that, it's going to delay the actual ability to uptake cases and investigate cases by what I would estimate to be a year to a year and a half period of time. And that's going to really prevent any real action from taking place because there's not a mechanism to do it presently. The meetings would only be held at a minimum of 6 times a year. And our Civilian Oversight Board meets monthly. And even with that, sometimes we're challenged to get through all of the cases that we have, anticipating that there might be a volume of corrections cases that would need to be reviewed. Meeting 6 times a year probably isn't going to assist them in being able to manage that caseload. The annual reports, I noted that they were talking about different things to include in the annual report. I think that they should also include things like pattern and practice determinations, things like demographics of both the employees that are involved and the inmates that or detainees that may have been the subject of the action, and discipline that is being meted out, because we can't determine whether or not we think appropriate actions are taken if we don't know what discipline was employed relative to the outcomes of our investigations when DFOB is up and running. Immediate family doesn't appear to have been defined anywhere, and I think we probably need to do that because we're talking about not allowing folks that have immediate family detained to serve in this capacity. So we would certainly want to define what an immediate family member might be so we know who's excluded. And we might also want to have something in there that talks about what should be done in the event that something like that would occur. I don't think that the duties necessarily would be helpful if they're delegated to staff. I think staff should probably have the power to do these things, and the board is who the staff takes that information to. But if we invest the power in the board, then that means that the staff is hamstrung, at least until they can get in front of a quorum of the board to vote to approve actions they may want to take in an investigation. So those would be the things that I would set out initially. Ultimately, the goal is to have independent civilian oversight of this city function. I think this bill moves you at least one step toward doing that, but we certainly have some other things that we might want to consider in terms of powers and abilities that we want to invest in that board. Reverend Gray talked about the board bill that we have been working on kind of in aggregate with a lot of the stakeholders in the community. And I don't know where we are in terms of getting that proposed. So in the interim, I think this board bill at least moves us forward in trying to get to that ultimate goal. We just may have some tweaking that we need to do along the way. So with that, I'll close my comments and certainly make myself available if there are any questions that anyone has of me based on those comments.
Okay, what we will do now is have members of the committee, if they have any questions. So we'll start with Alderwoman Davis, and any questions of the sponsor or the presenters.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair, to the chair, to the speakers and the committee members. I don't have any questions, as I had sent a message back to the chair. I'm still in limbo on the need for this, okay? And I indicated that I wanted to listen and learn a little bit more. I also wanted to have an opportunity to think about, and I appreciate the comments that have been made because it's helping me a lot. When we talk about various committees and their power, the first thing we have to recognize is that all of these committees are committees of recommendation. We cannot give the power to a citizen committee to directly discipline anyone who is employed by the city of St. Louis, and most especially those members who are represented by unions. But all of Human Resources 101 says that that would be going against an individual's employee rights. And so I want to make sure that we stay extremely legal in the structure of this, and most especially very clear on the actual duties and what they can result in. I don't want to have a three-ring circus out here of 9 or 10 different committees running in and out of public service facilities and offices and addressing staff, and we got to have a lot of order to this, okay? And so I'm going to continue to listen and gain more information. Thank you very much.
Okay, Alderwoman Howard.
I believe that we need to do something to improve the communication with the public safety and what's going on in the detention facilities of St. Louis. I question whether we need another thing. I don't know. I haven't been in on this from the ground floor, so I'm sort of with the Alderwoman from the 19th. I need to listen. I've read through this twice. I feel as though it makes sense. I just wonder if we can't consolidate this somehow, but I don't know if that's what the pleasure of the committee was. But I think you've done a marvelous job in defining things. The only question I have is, what are we doing, as far as the COs, the corrections officers, and monitoring the conditions they're working under? I think that's another issue that we need to look at, because many times when you're putting people in close confines like that, and you've got correction officers that are stressed out for a variety of reasons, bad things happen. And I think that is an issue that needs to be addressed also. And I don't see too much, but I guess, an investigation would include the corrections officers and the treatment of them in this process. Is that true, or who would that be a question for?
May I answer? I'm sorry.
Alderman Vaccaro, would you like to answer that, or you want to defer to Reverend Gray?
Well, I'll defer to Reverend Gray because I do have an opinion, but I'll save it for the end.
Okay.
Thank you.
Gray, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Alderman. To both Alderwomen, we felt that this was important, as Alderwoman Howard said, because we are concerned with the health safety of detainees, employees, and the work environment as it relates to the COs and administrative employees. This oversight committee would do that, Alderwoman Howard, without any question. That's what it would do. What we found is that the task force was a response to things that have been happening in the correction center, not for days, not for weeks, but months and years. And no one was there to give it any oversight. No one was there to follow up with complaints, both by detainees or complaints by the correction officers. When we went in as a task force, Alderwoman Howard, we had COs who asked us, please talk to us, please talk to us. But we weren't able to talk to them because we were simply a task force and we didn't have that authority. I think that we've recognized as a committee that there are certain limitations, that civil service is going to have to deal with a lot of this, because you're right, we are dealing with city employees. And so we were under no illusions at all. And to Alderwoman Davis's point, you're absolutely right. When it comes to disciplinary action, this oversight committee can only make recommendations. You are absolutely right. Make recommendations for disciplinary action. But if we're talking about true criminal justice reform, based upon what we've seen, and the fact that, thank God, nobody was killed in any of those incidents at the Justice Center. No one was killed. No one was seriously injured. No one escaped. But if you look at how the COs responded, the concern for their health, the concern for their safety, the fact that the overtime that they've been working, the morale of the employees, all of this speaks. This oversight committee has an opportunity to review this, talk to detainees, talk to staff, make recommendations, and we are talking about investigators who are not commissioners. We are talking about the staff who will do the investigation. And at some point, Alderman Vaccaro, if the committee would allow your counsel, your legal counsel, an opportunity to respond to Ms. Taylor Riley's concerns, because I think that her concerns were addressed in the revision that was submitted. I think all of her concerns were valid, but I think most of those concerns, if not all those concerns, were addressed in the revision of the bill. And I think that Mr. Gallo can speak more to those issues if it is the pleasure of the committee. But I wanted to respond to Alderwoman Davis and Alderwoman Howard.
Mr. Vice Chair,
I answered that.
Go ahead, Mr. Pruitt.
Yeah, I won't belabor the point. I would simply say this to the committee. The city of St. Louis right now currently is facing a minimum of 2, I believe, multi-million-dollar lawsuits based on things that have happened in your correction facility. And those lawsuits are based on issues that the plaintiffs who are suing the city are saying have been systemic and have been ongoing for a number of times. And the reason why I think the city finds itself behind the 8 ball like this is simply because the internal process for those detainees to file complaints and seek redress for the issues that impacted them broke down or did not exist or covered it up to prevent the citizens and this committee in some instances from weighing in and fixing the problem. I believe that having an outside party who has the ability, as these complaints come in, just like the one I replayed for you this morning, can get in there immediately, have some discussions, and report out and provide the committee, the mayor's office, or anybody who wants to deal with it, the ability to get in there and get on top of it right away, I believe will mitigate potential liability for the city going forward. Absence of such, you can bet that each and every time one of these things happen, you can anticipate the same sort of litigation coming down the road.
Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. We'll move on to Alderwoman Spencer if she has joined us.
She was excused.
Okay, thank you. Alderwoman Pam Boyd. Thought I saw Alderwoman Boyd.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair. I'm multitasking as usual.
Okay.
I have a question for either Mr. Pruitt or Mr. Gray in regards to the recommendations. You said you made 80 recommendations. How many of them have been addressed?
We have not received, to my knowledge, any update from corrections that details if any of those recommendations have been addressed or of anything that's going on with them. I don't know, Reverend Gray may have been knowledgeable about something, but I have no knowledge whatsoever.
Verbally, Alderwoman Boyd, verbally, the interim commissioner, Mr. Carson, and I met a couple of times, and he indicated to me that when he took over as interim commissioner, he did use the task force recommendations as a guideline. He indicated to me that there were recommendations that he did address based upon that. But I cannot tell you specifically, Alderwoman Boyd, what those areas that were addressed are. We received nothing in writing at all, and I'm not sure that anybody has received anything in writing as to what recommendations were addressed. We identified that this was our top recommendation, and we're glad that this is moving forward, but to date, we received nothing in writing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
That's all I have, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay, thank you. It's Alderman Bosley with us.
I'm here. I don't have any comments right now. I'm still listening to everything. Thank you.
Alderman Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. I will not be long. I have a lot of questions, but I'm still reviewing this bill, so I will hold off on them. But my thinking is somewhat aligned with the Alderman from the 19th Ward and the Alderman from the 14th Ward. You know, oftentimes we talk about our city government being archaic, top heavy, and overly too involved in the basic functions of government. I think one of those basic functions is personnel and human resources and just the basic operation of our city jail. So I do have one question, and anyone can answer, the sponsor, my good friend Alderman Vaccaro or Mr. Pruitt or Reverend Gray. When the county established their advisory committee over their justice services or their county jail, did it do anything? Did it make an impact? Has there been any progression since the inception of that committee? And what is the current state of that committee? Because I don't hear anything from the county, county corrections board or county jail supervisors. So what strides are being made, and are we beating a dead horse here in St. Louis?
I think, Alderman, and I've talked to members of that advisory board out there, and to the member, they're frustrated because it is simply an advisory board. It has no powers at all. It can go into the jail. It meets with the commissioner out there. They meet on a monthly basis. As I said, they make recommendations, they give advice, but they answer to Dr. Page. At the end of the day, they answer to Dr. Page. They do not answer to the Department of Corrections at all. And they've made it very clear. As a matter of fact, I think that Reverend Philip Duvall, who was on that advisory board, presented himself at your committee, at the Public Safety Committee, when we first started talking about creating an oversight board for the city. And he, as a member of that advisory board, said, don't make it advisory. He made that very clear. They've had members who have left. They've had, three wardens over the last couple of years. And so board basically, I can't even call it a rubber stamp, Mr. Alderman. I can just simply say advisory does not give you the authority that is necessary. And yes, the mayor has a bill that she is going to be presenting. But as Mr. Pruitt said, if there's some urgency in dealing with detainees, if there's an urgency in making sure that the city doesn't have to address any more lawsuits, if you want to bring a sense of calm and peace and reliability in that building, we believe that this is the first step. We've made it very clear, Alderman Collins Muhammad, this is not a perfect bill. I think Ms. Kimberly Taylor Riley was very upfront about that, and I concur. I agree with her. It's not perfect, but I think that as your committee, through Alderwoman Davis and the concerns that you have, that you can make this bill the bill that it needs to be effective. And then once the mayor's bill is presented and passed, I presume it'll be passed, then you can incorporate it. But you've got to start somewhere, and the conversation begins with you. But advisory committee, Alderman, has not worked in the county at all.
Mr. Vice Chair, if I may respond.
Go ahead, proceed.
Yeah, Alderman Collins Muhammad. I've worked with that board out there since its inception. When we get complaints that call into our office about detainees at that facility, I contact that board and we pass them on. That board has been effective as relates to having an entity from the outside that detainees or their relatives can contact, whom have been responsive and effective in receiving those complaints and getting those complaints in front of the authorities within the correction facility out there. And all of the ones we've given them, they've been fairly effective at getting them addressed. I think the issues that the board is having out there mainly surround the issues of them requesting information such as audits and other information that they want from the county government, and they don't get those. And this bill, based on the subpoena power in here and other things, this bill will provide for this board to be able to get those documents and get the answers that board is limited at getting right now as it's currently composed.
And if I could, I would add that.
Mr. Chair, one more question.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Alderman. Just as a follow-up, and I would love to hear from you too. I heard that the mayor is introducing a board bill. I mean, I don't know if the mayor can introduce board bills to the Board of Aldermen, but has any alderman been brought in the legislation that has been that's been talked about? This is my first time hearing about it. Has there been any automatic inclusion from the mayor's office or from this independent working body that is working on legislation?
Yes, actually, myself, Alderman or Vice Chairman Boyd, Reverend Gray, Mr. Pruitt, we've all been in. This is part of, you start here and then you maybe have like what I would consider an umbrella committee that would actually be able to exercise some of these things. The other thing that I will say is this committee, that oversight committee, will have power through us. I think that we have a great committee, public safety committee, and I think anything they can't get, we can. I think, my commitment to work with them is there. I'll save most of this for my closing, but right now, Mrs. Taylor said that, just take things out a year or two. It won't. And we keep on waiting, yet, I'm hearing from people that are, and if you were in the meeting, they also agreed, Mr. Carson agreed, there are people sleeping on the floor at the Justice Center. There's a lot of things going on. And yes, we looked at, how do we protect the workers? One of the things, anybody that was when we went up there on the tour, they're going to build it a little bit different to kind of protect them. But yes, so we have been looking at it. This is what I believe is the first step toward actually, moving in a forward progression. And I think, this has been going on for almost a year. And, at some point I just feel we need to, get off the dime, move forward, get this going. And, of course, I will tell you, they got my commitment that if they're having trouble getting things, we can get them, and we will, as long as and we can't even do anything about personnel, but we can sure do a lot. And the one thing they have the power of the pen. So when they write the reports, their reports can be very truthful. There's nothing stopping them from saying, even if they don't name names, there's nothing stopping them from saying, we observed X amount of people sleeping on the floor. We feel that this should be changed. They'll come back to us. They don't have to meet 6 times. They can meet every other day if they want. That's up to that committee. But when they come back to us and they tell us what we know and what we hear, we can look at how do we address that. This isn't how we discipline people. This is how we address and fix a problem. I certainly was never one to want to close the workhouse, and I think that's a mistake that they want to close that. But I've always felt from day one, even with the air conditioning when I fought over there, that, some people need to be in jail. I mean, that's a fact. But while they're in our custody or in our whatever, we have the right to treat them as humans. I was the one that said back in the day when the air conditioning wasn't in there, if you treated your dog like that, you would be in jail for animal abuse. And they fixed the problem. Every problem that we went to, they fixed. And this is what I see in this committee, and I trust, Mr. Pruitt and Mr. Gray. We're not always on the same side of anything, but I think that we all have our hearts in the same place, that this is about how do we assure the people that are in the facility are treated like humans. I saw on, I don't know what channel it was the other day, where apparently somebody got beat up over there recently, and apparently the footage is missing. I guess the camera wasn't functioning or whatever it was. This was on the news 2 days ago. I'd like to know where that footage is at. It seems a little bit odd, and maybe we address these things. Maybe as our group, working in cooperation, we can say, where is that footage? Why? How could that? This is to me, yesterday in the streets committee, when they said 41 cars are unaccountable for in the tow lot. I'm beginning to wonder, but this will be my closing statement, so I'll just let everybody talk. But I just want everybody to understand, this is not about how do we beat anybody up. This isn't about how we discipline anybody. This is about basic human rights. We found out when we were over there that they were flushing the toilets by stuffing them up and flooding the place, right? And so I don't know, as a punishment, but as a fix, they were shutting the water off. So people that wanted to get a drink of water could not get water because a handful of people decided to act up. They've welded shut the screens now so they can't break the windows out, but the fire department can't get in either. You know, I guess they can, but they're going to have a torch with them. I mean, there's a lot that I saw, you know, and when I went through there, the amount of, if I was over there, even if I didn't do it, I'd plead guilty just to get out of there. You know, there's a lot wrong with everything that's going on. But the simple thing that I want to address is that we need to treat the people like humans, not like animals. And do I think people need to be in jail? I do think some people need to be in jail because they might be pre-trial, but I'm not the judge or the jury. But while they're in our custody, we have the obligation to treat them as people. Whether you think, well, they're all criminals, why should we treat them? We need to treat them like people. I know that if I was in there, I would want to be treated like at least a human. I'm going to close with that. I'm going to let everybody ask questions, and then I'm going to use that as my closing. So when it does come back to me, I'm just going to ask to close and move on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alderman Muhammad, were you finished?
Are you, Mr. Chairman?
Okay. Alderman Oldenburg's excused. Alderman Narayan.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. I do have a couple of questions for Ms. Taylor Riley, if she would answer them. You brought up some concerns about the process for appointing members. Could you explain those concerns a bit?
Certainly. The long and short of it is that there are built-in delays, I guess I'll say. There are 60 and 90-day windows for the approval and submission of names as we go through the progression for populating what will be the board. Because of that, there's that built-in delay in getting those people on board. So determining who is actually going to be the board. Once you actually determine who's going to be on your board, you also have the activities that the board is required to do, things like voting in their rules. I believe that in the bill, when I reviewed it, it made reference to appointment of the executive director by the board. I think the board has to approve whoever the executive director is going to be. If that's the case, then you will have no executive director until after you have a board. It's probably going to take you 6 months or better to get a board. So without an executive director, there's no one to hire the staff. So then after you get the executive director, then you hire your investigators and I think there's an assistant that's authorized. So then you get your staff on board. So all of those things would have to happen, and that's absent any training of those folks so that they can get up to speed to do the work you have in mind for them to do. So when you start looking at that, that's what creates that year to 18-month delay that I was talking about. I'm anticipating about 6 months to get your board, and then at least 90 days for them to find an executive director. Since they have to approve it, that person can't be hired ahead of time. And then to get staff on board, get your folks trained up so that they can actually do these investigations. The other point that I had my hand up about was I wanted to clarify, I believe one of the prior alderwomen stated that there was an issue with HR because of the question of discipline being able to be meted out by this particular board. In the documentation I've seen here, they aren't authorized to do that at this point. But I think that that's an important factor if you're going to be able to affect the conditions that exist. So part of being able to weigh in on what happens in those matters is going to be having to have some say in what kinds of disciplines should be implemented so that you can make change relative to the staffing issues. Also, I'm of the understanding that there is a sub-bill. I have not yet had a chance to review it, but it's my understanding that there is one, and I don't know if any of these issues are addressed in there, but we may need to take a look at that also so that we can talk, I guess, more specifically about things that might be there that are either filling in these holes or maybe changing the complexion of how this bill looks.
Thank you for that. And you also addressed some concern with the number of meetings that would be held. Could you go a little bit further into that, into what you believe is the appropriate number of meetings because I understand there may be some backlog that needs to be addressed initially. Do you have any ideas on what may be a better number of meetings for this potential board to hold?
I would suggest that they meet monthly. I know with COVID, things have been quite challenging for all of us, a la having Zoom meetings that used to be in person. So for our group, we have had difficulty because we are just at a quorum. We don't have one extra person. And because of that, whenever anyone has a sick child, or we had someone that had a family member that was ill, and I think it was with COVID, and they couldn't be present at the meeting, each time that has happened, we've had to cancel our meeting. So had we not been meeting monthly, we would not have been able to do as much business as we've been able to do this year, because absent the quorum, we can't do business. So we can't vote on any cases. We can't review anything. They can't authorize any actions because you have to have a quorum to start with, or you can't do any of those things. So it would be my suggestion that they meet monthly. There may be occasions that they can't, but overall, that means that you're going to have a set date and time each month that they are expected to be together so that they can do business. We also have to anticipate that there are likely to be a number of complaints that come in from detainees once this process is established. And if that happens, you're going to have a number of cases that have to be reviewed, and trying to meet 6 times a year, if you have a volume of cases to review, means that those board meetings are going to be quite lengthy.
And I'm not sure if you're the appropriate person to direct this question to. So if you're not, feel free to let me know that you're not. But can you speak at all to the fiscal note attached to this, how this is being paid for, how much it's going to cost?
I cannot. I don't have that information.
Okay. Alderman Vaccaro, would you be the person to Chairman Vaccaro, excuse me, would you be the person to address that question too?
Sure. There's not a fiscal note because these people are not being paid.
Okay, so there's no cost associated with. Okay,
right.
Perfect. Well, thank you for that.
I'm sorry. Wouldn't the staff and the executive director would be paid? The board members would not, correct?
I believe that there's, two different things going on. One has to do with the umbrella committee that is a separate board bill. But I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Pruitt, because maybe I'm.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Section 9 of the committee substitute provides that the Department of Public Safety include in their annual budget request funding and resources for the staff, office meeting, and all the other things. So all of its funding is tied to the Department of Public Safety's annual budget request per Section 9 of the committee substitute.
Right. And we don't have that in front of us.
We'll just have to find somebody else to give them.
We have
super simple fix.
I'm getting some noise cutting.
Somebody needs to be muted.
Alderman Bosley, could you please mute?
We need.
Thank you.
There's a committee.
Sorry,
it's not in front of us yet. I thought if we went through this, and I guess we could make the motion to bring the committee sub, because there is and it's in everyone's Google Drive. Everyone should have a copy of it.
So I'm sorry, Mr. Pruitt, could you repeat what you had just said? That there was a bit of noise there and I couldn't understand.
No, I said there's a draft committee substitute in section 9 of that draft requires that the public safety department include on in their annual budget the financial resources necessary to operate the pay for staff in office, meeting space, materials, all of the resources needed for the day-to-day operation.
And do we have any understanding of what that dollar amount may be?
Okay, Alderman Ryan and Mr. Pruitt, we're gonna hold, that's a good question.
I'm sorry.
Because that is not before us, can we come back? Can you hold that question once it gets before us?
Absolutely, absolutely. I guess I'll just close for now just by saying, you know, I do have some concerns after reading through the bill and the committee sub about the definitions and whether practically or legally the Detention Facilities Oversight Board is going to be able to accomplish what is laid out under this bill. Ultimately, I would love to hear what the city councilor had to say about this. I would certainly defer to the city councilor. And, you know, I do agree with Alderwoman Davis, Alderwoman Howard, that, you know, this is a very important subject and we do need to get it right. And I would love to hear what the city councilor had to say about it before we moved out of committee with it, just to make sure that we're getting this right. And with that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Alderman Narayan, would you want to hear from our city council, not city council, but our council for the board?
Sure. Yeah, that'd be great.
Mr. Golly, I saw him on. Mr. Golly.
I am on, Alderman. I just needed a second there to figure out how to unmute this or actually put my glasses on so I could see the screen. So,
okay, can you show your video, please?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and proceed, Alderman Ryan, with your question.
I just would like a better understanding of how, maybe, you know what, maybe I should wait on this because the questions that I really have are relating to the committee sub, which I don't believe is in front of us right now. So I'll hold off on this line of questioning for now. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Just can't see you yet. There she is.
I'm sorry. Thank you. I'm sorry. No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have any questions. I'm definitely listening in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Alderman Page.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the committee. I have listened to every single word very carefully, and I'm of multiple minds here. One side of me is kind of leaning toward the Alderwomen from the 19th and the 14th. I kind of am wondering, do we actually need this additional bureaucratic level, if you will, or oversight level? Another part of me takes into account what I personally witnessed when I went on tours of the CJC and the CJC Annex, as it's now called, and especially the CJC and some conditions I actually witnessed in the holding tanks and the like. The conditions, and I know this is a lightning rod issue to bring up, but the actual conditions of the locking systems that I witnessed, conversations that I have had with corrections officers lead me to believe that some sort of oversight is necessary. A third part of me listened very, very closely to the testimony of Commissioner Taylor Riley. And I thought she brought up some absolutely outstanding technical issues that I think we should consider before moving this board bill forward. So I kind of just wanted to share the things that were swirling around in my mind. I don't have any particular questions. And with that, I will yield. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair.
Okay. What I like to do now is move to place Board Bill 19 committee substitute before the committee for consideration.
And I'll second that.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman, I'm sorry. Here we go. Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Boyd,
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Aye.
Alderman Bosley,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Narayan,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderman Page,
Aye.
Chairman Vaccaro. Chairman Vaccaro,
I'm sorry, my mic was off.
10 aye votes.
By your vote, we now have Board Bill 19 committee substitute before us. Everybody should have a copy in their Google Drive. I'm hoping most people were actually operating off of that, even though we didn't have it before the committee. And so therefore now we'll go around for additional questions. But what I want to do is, before that, I'm going to ask Mr. Ghali, who spent a lot of time, technically putting this together, to kind of, shift us from where we began with Board Bill 19 to where we are with Board Bill 19 committee substitute. So, Mr. Ghali, will you try to just kind of walk us through the substantive changes?
Well, the changes are significant from the bill that was introduced. We had several meetings with the mayor's office and basically took what they had, the last draft of what they had proposed for their bill, and used that as a new starting point for this bill. So it incorporates a significant amount of the provisions and the language that was what was proposed in the mayor's bill. So it is pretty different. It's drastically different. So
Okay, so again, I'm hoping that most of the committee, I actually had it before me and didn't realize that it wasn't already introduced for discussion. One takeaway is Alderman Narayan's question about staff and about a fiscal note and what that budget would look like. And the conversation he had with Mr. Pruitt. Mr. Pruitt had mentioned that in Section 9, it does talk about the Public Safety Department, including staff funding in its budget, but it's not enumerated. So I think that's a good question that we need to define. Other than that, let me just go back to Alderman Narayan, because he kind of really dove through this pretty good. Other than that, were there any other technical questions that you had with the substitute?
Was that directed towards me?
Yes, you're up.
Thank you. So what I'm seeing in the definitions doesn't always align with what I'm seeing in the substance of the bill. And so I have some concerns about the ability of the DFOB to fulfill the investigatory and disciplinary functions as laid out in the definitions. Could you speak to that, Mr. Ghali?
Right. So I'm not clear exactly on what your question is with respect to these differences from the definitions and what's in the bill operationally. But I can speak to the definitions and how they work as it is now. The board here is an advisory board. It's just like the current police board, and the objective here is transparency and to provide for public oversight. So this is a public body. The investigations would be conducted by investigators within that office as the bill is structured now. And this is based on what we were given from the mayor's office. So the authority to make recommendations as to investigations. So they have the authority to investigate, make findings, and make recommendations. And that pretty much comes from what is the state statute for police oversight. Also in that statute is the ability to make recommendations as to employee discipline. So they can make recommendations as to employee discipline, but they can't make any implementations or impose discipline or anything like that.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense to me than I was. So the recommendations are not binding on anyone else. It's simply a public body making a recommendation.
Right, and it's similar to what currently goes on, or basically what currently goes on with the Police Oversight Board. And the scope is limited to that which is limited by state statute. So that's what we worked off of here on the scope of the authority of the board to make findings and recommendations. These recommendations would be published online. So there would also be reports compiling the recommendations made throughout the year, their implementation, whether they were successful or not. So it'd be a main annual report and then smaller summary quarterly reports on that.
Okay, and then I just know that it happens sometimes in the COVID era. Is there a fiscal note to this that just didn't make it onto the drive, or
yes, the clerk would be working on could work with the sponsors or myself to get a fiscal note, so it shouldn't be too difficult.
Okay, perfect. Well, thank you so much. Looks like Miss Taylor Riley may have something to say.
I just wanted to clarify relative to the fiscal note question. There have been funds that were parked in our budget for the advent of this board being created. So it's not necessarily a fiscal note, but it was parked within our budget so that there were funds set aside by the Department of Public Safety for that purpose. And the amount that had been set aside was $298,868. So that's how much was set aside by the Department of Public Safety in anticipation of the creation of this board. I don't know that that's necessarily going to encompass everything that they're talking about in the bill, but I did want to clarify that for you since that information I did have.
And so, Mr. Vice Chair?
Mr. Galley, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason for that, and let me start with the most drastic difference between what the mayor had proposed and what this bill is that this bill is actually civilian oversight. What was proposed by the mayor was actually to combine this with the Police Oversight Board under one office under I can't see your name right now and I'm terrible with names. But anyway, that's why that was budgeted. It was to combine those two and then bring them under one office, and it wouldn't have been a civilian oversight board. So this again is a true civilian oversight board, similar to what is the Police Oversight Board is. And so that I assume is why that money is parked there. So that's the biggest distinction to what was proposed and what we have here.
Okay, so but to Alderman Orion's question, we do need a fiscal note. So
yes,
that it's
You
clear.
should have a fiscal note, and we can coordinate that with the clerk. Yeah.
Okay, all right, so, all right. Alderman Orion.
Ms. Taylor Riley, that $298,000, that roughly $298,000 is your understanding of it at the moment? That would
we all know you
roughly be the annual budget of this, or is that
You
to
don't
fund
have to.
several
Look,
years?
and you
or-
don't have to. That shit, like that. Only thing that shit.
Okay, somebody needs to be muted. Go ahead and proceed, Alderman.
Yes, so that roughly $298,000, is your understanding that that would be funding for 1 year, or is that to fund multiple years? Is it to purchase real estate for offices? Do you have any idea of I guess the scope of that $298,000?
It's primarily for staffing. So the majority of the funds are tied up in actual salaries and benefits for the folks that would work under that unit. There were some funds allocated for things like computer equipment and those kinds of things that would be necessary for those folks to get up and running. But for the most part, it's going to be employee wages and employee benefits, how much they anticipated it would cost so that you could create those positions, because they would all be new positions, and then fund them. So it would be 1 year's funding, and it's in our current budget. So in your 2022 fiscal year budget.
Okay, well, thank you so much. And with that, I guess I'll just state again, this is a very important bill, and I do believe that we should be moving forward with it. It seems like there's a couple of things that we may need to tweak on it, including the process for appointing members, the number of meetings, the potential of subpoena power. So I would like to delve, I guess, a bit more into some of those issues before this were to leave this committee. I understand that other folks on the committee may not agree with me there, and that's all right. But I would ask that we keep this in committee and keep doing the work on it and get a bill out that's actually going to accomplish what we're trying to accomplish here. I think we all agree on the end goal here, and we're just going through the meat grinding on it. So with that, I'll yield. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to call on Alderman Muhammad for a follow-up question.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Vice Chairman. Now I guess this can either go to the sponsor or it can go to our legal counsel, assuming that he was involved in those meetings or conversations. Has there been any conversation with the Director of Public Safety about this new committee substitute, and is he on board with it? And with that, I know we have a new commissioner, so I don't know how instrumental she has been in this board bill or the creation of this, but has she been brought to the table on it as well? Commissioner Jennifer Clemens Abdullah and Director Dan.
Mr. Chairman, you want to take that?
Well, the public safety director, as well as the vice chairman, the Duffel Pruitt and Reverend Gray have all been in the same meeting room along with Mrs. Taylor. So I would say that they're aware of it. I don't know, that they're not aware of it. They were in the same room. Most of this is what they kind of recommended, which, and also, our attorney, Lou Galley, and I would ask that he could also join in and answer some of this, but here's my issue. I'll just keep going back to the same thing. Even if it takes 6 months or a year, if we wait 6 months or a year to do this, it'll take another 6 months or a year. In the meantime, people over there are not being treated the way I would like to see it. I actually have friends over there. I talk to them. And I can tell you, and any one of us can go over there and look for ourselves. And if you're not appalled by the way people are being treated, then maybe you need to relook at how you feel about things. I mean, I'm not for delaying this. If it's the committee, if they want to delay this, let's delay, let's make it a couple of years. Let's see how many windows more can get broke out. Let's see how many people can get hurt or beat up. Let's find out, maybe we shouldn't find out about the person that got beat up with the missing tape that was on the news the other day. Maybe we shouldn't investigate it. It's been working really well the way it is right now. Maybe we don't need oversight. Maybe if they break a few more windows out. But I'm sorry, I'm
Mr. Chairman.
I don't have time for this.
Excuse me. Okay.
I'm going to mute myself because I'm going overboard. Alderman Muhammad's my good friend, and so
Okay, so the question was, were they aware of committee substitute, Mr. Chairman, out of fairness and transparency?
I would say yes. I'm going to let to the best of my knowledge. Again, I wasn't sitting in all the meetings. Reverend Gray, Mr. Pruitt, our attorney, so they may be better to speak to that than me.
Okay,
I can speak to it.
Hold up.
Or not, or not.
Hold
or
up,
not.
Reverend Gray.
Yes, no problem.
Mr. Galley, since you drafted this, did the mayor's office get a copy of the committee substitute?
I did not share a copy of the committee substitute with the mayor's office.
Okay. Okay. Because technically that would have been their notice, not a draft from any member of the community. So, okay, so does that satisfy your question, Alderman Muhammad?
If it ain't Jesus, don't pick up. I feel like that's something Reverend Gray would say. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It does satisfy my question. And honestly, I'm torn on the issue, Alderman Vaccaro. I can lean that way, and I can also lean against it. But I tell you what, I am going to support this for one reason only. I trust you. And when I cannot trust legislation, I tend to try to trust the sponsor of that legislation, which I do. I will be supporting this, Mr. Chairman. I have no further. Thank you.
Okay, Alderwoman Howard.
Yes. I have a question for Ms. Taylor Riley, if she would.
Ms. Riley?
She's still on the call?
She's here. We can't see her, but she is.
When you first spoke, you mentioned that you have been investigating some complaints about the facilities. How did you do that? I mean, did you use your COB for that, or your investigators? And I know I don't want you to. Can you tell me if there was any resolution?
Yes, ma'am. What happened was that I was asked by the mayor's office to respond to complaints that were being received by the mayor's office. Because that was part of her platform, people were sending emails and making their concerns known that way. Those emails were then forwarded to me to review and get the information and respond. And so that's how I've done it. So no, my staff has actually not been involved in those. I've been doing those myself.
Were most of those complaints founded?
I can't say whether they're founded or not founded because of the nature of them. Because the detainee is the person who has the direct information, but obviously doesn't have access to email. So I instead get those pieces of information 1 or 2 or 3 people removed. So it's very difficult for me to say I absolutely confirmed that because I don't actually know what the detainee relayed. I only know what was relayed to me. I was, however, able to confirm some of the information that was provided, and I have interacted directly. Previously, it was with interim Commissioner Carson, and now it's with Commissioner Clemens Abdullah. Also, with respect to the prior discussion about the copy of the substitute bill being provided, that was never provided to our group. We met as recently as a week ago Tuesday, and there was no substitute bill provided, and there was no opportunity for us to review it or discuss it in that grouping. So the group of folks that have been meeting relative to the bill that Mr. Ghali was referencing. We did not have his substitute bill to discuss, and I actually have not reviewed it. I just received it in an email probably a half an hour ago. So I have not had opportunity to review it in its fullness, so I'm not sure exactly what's in it. What I will say is that what I've noted as I was going through looking at the definition section, that there is no Office of Public Accountability. That was what I believe Mr. Ghali was referring to. The Office of Public Accountability was what was being established, and in that housing, the DFOB was going to be put, and so was COB. So both of them would be housed in that unit within the Department of Public Safety. The way this is drafted, and again, I apologize, I haven't had a chance to review it fully, but as I understand it, the way that this document is drafted, all of those units seem to be kind of shoved under the DFOB. So we would not have that overarching structure to house both of those things. Right. The other issue is that when we're talking about, I believe there's a criminal accountability inquiry, and they're talking about criminal investigation, but the DFOB wouldn't have the power to do criminal investigation by itself. So I just suggest those things because I know those are part of the bill that the mayor's office was working on, and I don't see them as part of this one.
Let me interject for a minute, Alderwoman Howard, because some people on the committee are unaware of some of the conversation or some of the information that Ms. Riley is putting out there.
And I am aware also, so I go ahead.
You say you are?
I am not aware. I was
okay. So some of the information she's talking about a whole separate board bill that had to do with it was an accountability bill, and it was including both the corrections and the police. So let's ignore that piece of the conversation because it became very confusing to put that out there because we're not working on that board bill. We're working on this singular board bill that has to do with corrections. So that's why some of our conversation has been a little confusing.
Okay, I do have one question though.
Go ahead.
Additional. When you say we, and I don't understand, I guess, and this is kind of, and I don't really want to go down that road about the accountability office. I don't know if that's still in the works or what, but when you say we, you're talking of the Mr. Pruitt and some of the people that are on this. Who are we? I guess.
Well, I guess the collective we, we'll call it, it's myself. Yes, ma'am. It's myself. It is Mr. Pruitt. It is Reverend Gray. It is representatives from the mayor's office. It is representatives from the Department of Public Safety. The Commissioner of Corrections has not yet been involved, but she's actually only been in her position a month. So we haven't really had an opportunity yet to invite her to a meeting, but I'm sure that that will be coming. There are folks out of stakeholder groups that are within the community that have also been incorporated into the discussion. So it's a vast number of folks. Mr. Vaccaro and Mr. Boyd also were part of these meetings, and Mr. Ghali at one point was also part of those meetings. I don't know that he was at the most recent ones. To my memory, he was not, but he was part of those meetings as well. So just so you kind of have an idea, it was a vast swath of folks that were sitting down and trying to hammer all of this out.
Mr. Vice Chair.
No, go ahead, Alderwoman Howard.
And here's my feelings on this. I think that, we're looking at a committee substitute that was just introduced, and I can't say that I went through and studied it, but I think we need the fiscal note. I'd like to, and I'm not against this, Mr. Chair. I am not against this at all. I think it's long overdue. When I hear people that are corrections officers, when I hear people that have been incarcerated, and some of the tragic circumstances that go on daily at the workhouse, at the Justice Center, it's unconscionable that, you know, we as a city, when we look in the mirror, what we're doing there, and how we're housing people, be they criminals or corrections officers, we're housing people in unconscionable circumstances. And as you know, the chair said, yes, some people need to be incarcerated, but you know, they need humane conditions. I do see the urgency in this, but I do wish that we could get it right, have it before us, so when we move it on to the floor, that it's signed, sealed, and delivered properly, not, you know, oh, well, we're going to do this and do that. I think this is very, very important. I want to know where these people or this board is going to be housed, how it's going to be, and I need more information. And I want to know how much it's going to cost, because we need to make sure this is sustainable. You know, right now, the city has a lot of things going on as far as budgetary. We have opportunities to do great things. But I think we need to make sure these things are great, not just lukewarm and passable. I don't see one more week or, you know, waiting a few days and having another meeting and getting this right and giving us time to really go through this and making sure we have the accountability of the fiscal note and all the other things, and having time to, look at this and get it right. I don't think would be a big ask for you, Mr. Chair, but I think it's very important. I'm all for getting this up and going, because it is needed. It is very needed. The people that are, you know, living over there and working over there need a voice to make sure that we're doing what we need to do and funding these institutions properly, so that they can contain these people and in a humane way. So that said, that's all I have to say. I wish you would consider giving it a little more time and making sure that we have it, you know, presented with the ribbon on top and ready to go. So, all right. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderwoman Howard. I think we've had a lot of good, rich discussion on this committee substitute. Members of the committee have offered information to make it better, have questions that may not have been answered, but can be answered. Maybe more definitions can be more defined. Because of the substitute, it has triggered from the original bill a fiscal note. By our rules, we cannot pass a bill out without a fiscal note. We should hold the bill. I'm going to ask that the sponsor hold the bill. And as Alderman from the 14th said, we can make it a whole lot better. It is definitely needed. It is something I definitely support. There's been a lot of work put into this. I want to unpack a little bit of Ms. Riley's testimony again, because some of the information she brought is not necessarily accurate, because Mr. Pruitt, myself, the chairman, Reverend Gray, we met with members of City Hall, but outside of that, we have not met with any other groups of people, a collective, unless I missed that particular meeting. So I want to make sure that's clear. I think Ms. Riley has kind of made the conversation a little bit confusing by blending two different conversations that we were having. But as relate to Board Bill 19 committee substitute, some of that information was not relative. So I want to say that for the record. I also think that when we come back, if the chairman agrees, in a week or two, and amend the committee substitute in a way that everybody can agree to it, because I feel the energy from the committee that we want to pass this, but we want to do it the right way. And I think that's probably the most responsible thing that we can do, so that all the hard work that so many people put into it, like Reverend Gray and Mr. Pruitt and the chairman and other people, won't be in vain. Because the last thing we want to do is just push it through the committee and it gets to the floor and can't get 15 votes. And I don't want to be part of that. I want to be part of something that's like Alderman from the 14th, that's sustainable, that makes sense to everybody, and that will benefit the citizens of the city of St. Louis. As we look at reimagining public safety and reform the criminal justice system and having citizens more involved, this board bill is certainly in line with that journey. And so I don't think we're making a mistake by, introducing a board bill like that and moving in that direction. I think we're lining up, with the narrative that's out there, and that's a good thing. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you will, would you hold your bill and we'll amend it and make it better next time?
Yeah, I would. Here's what I would ask: that within the next 1 or 2 weeks at the most, that everyone get whatever it is they feel they needs to be changed to the vice chairman. And if you would, Mr. Vice Chairman, if you would get it to everyone, including Mr. Pruitt and everyone involved.
Sure.
I would like to come back, because if we're looking to make the perfect bill, I've heard you say it multiple times, there's no such thing. So, if you feel we can make it better, and I agree we need the fiscal note, but I would say if people have changes, I would ask them to send them to the vice chairman, and I'm perfectly willing, keeping in mind that I don't want to delay this to the end that we're into Christmas and everything else. While we're celebrating Christmas at home, having our nice turkey dinner, they'll be in there sleeping on the floor. Maybe somebody will get beat up and they'll have another missing tape. That one, I was watching the news.
Mr. Chairman, if you will,
I'm going to hold it. Just please.
We already have the power of the committee, and your power as the chairman to go over to the corrections anytime you want to and lay eyes on situations. So in the meantime, before we get this bill going and put it in the hands of citizens, we should probably exercise that right and privilege.
No, that's right. And get all the information to the vice chairman. And I would ask you to disseminate that out to everybody. And I would really like to come back within at least 1, if not 2 weeks to get this going. I just don't want to delay it a lot more.
Okay. With that, so we're going to hold Board Bill 19 committee substitute. Next board bill before us is Board Bill.
Alderman Boyd, I've had my hand up for about 40 minutes now.
I know you've had your hand up, Alderwoman, and is it reference to Board Bill 19?
Yes.
Okay, so what I did was I cut off the conversation, and we can send emails to make the board bill better, if you don't mind, unless it's real short, because we spent an hour and a half, hour 45 minutes.
I chose not to have any questions until I heard information. And I made that very clear. I wouldn't ask a question until I heard information. So I have heard information. And all I want to say is that based on the additional information you provided us, I can see us supporting this and helping the chair get it done as fast as possible. But I do want to make sure that we clarify and include the division under public safety, because I believe we're going to end up with another committee that is going to have to be formed as well. And it's better to have everything in one place with a budget, with paid staff, and not have all these different things floating around independently. So I thank everybody for all their work. That's it.
Thank you. And Alderwoman, if you wouldn't mind, would you please send that in an email so that we make sure we get bundle all this up so that we can help make this bill a better bill? I appreciate it. Okay. So we need to move on to Board Bill 103. Mr. Chairman, I'm going to put it back in your hands, but you're on Board Bill 103.
Thank you. And Mr. Pruitt, Mr. Gray, thank you for coming in and being here. Alderwoman Tyus, you're recognized on Board Bill number 103, and I know there's speakers, but go ahead and let's go through this Board Bill 103. I do want to say the people that have called me and said, gee, just hold it until another bill gets introduced. I'm not happy about that. I had made it very clear, and some of my good friends, that you have to speak to the chairman of the bill. It's her bill. It's her call. Just like you saw in the last meeting, I do not have the authority. And I can tell you by the look of it, if you're counting votes, she's probably got the votes to pass this out. But I can tell you that's not very respectful to the person who is the chair, is the sponsor of the bill, even writing something up that was not exactly true in the Labor Tribune doesn't go very far to making me think, you know what? Because it wasn't a tie bill. You have to have 15 votes. Nobody understands that voting on the prevailing side of a bill. So, again, when people call me and ask me to hold a bill, it is up to the sponsor of a bill. So anyway, and the problem now too is that we're running up against a legislative meeting. But Alderwoman Tyus, you're up, please.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Thank you for allowing me to appear before the committee. I am seeking a due pass recommendation to Board Bill 103. This Board Bill 103 seeks to update the city's current plumbing code and to repeal Ordinance 69255, which was passed in 2012. It is an adoption of the International Plumbing Code. It is the bill that I believe is the best bill for us, in that it is it will be a substantial savings for our community if we adopt this board bill. The bill is fiscally prudent. It has been supported by the Building Division, which would administer the new code, and I have several co-sponsors that are on this committee for this board bill. I actually have Mr. Ron Brindell is one of the speakers that will speak to this board bill. And Mr. Brindell, there was another person that's supposed to be speaking. I can't see.
He's alongside me, ma'am. That's
okay. Okay, so I have two. And what's his name? Oh, I saw his hand. What's his name?
Chris Schlum. He's the manager of the trade section.
Okay, so I have two people that are going to speak in favor of the board bill that are part of our building division. And I'd ask your permission, Mr. Chair, that they be able to address any questions for the board bill, and I will answer any questions that I can.
I have no issue with that, and we have pros and cons. We also have people from the Plumbers Union that Mr. Summers and Mr. Rogers and Mr. I think it's Scales that would also like to talk. Do you want to do back forth, or do you want to have your speakers and then them? I want to give equal opportunity and as much time for everybody to explain why they feel one bill is better than another.
It is the pleasure of the chair and the committee. I am fine both ways. We have gone over this bill before. And so I am open to whichever way you want to do it. Everybody gets a fair shot at their opinion. It's interesting to hear that people contacted you about the bill, that I was the primary sponsor and didn't feel the need to contact me. It's also interesting now that they want another person of color to introduce the bill when they didn't have any person of color introducing the bill before. I've also dealt with them since when I got elected in 1991. So I am very insulted with what I just heard you say. And that's not the way to get me to work with you, to do what you just described that they did. So I I'm open to either way because I can debate any side of a bill. And I can defend my position as to why this is the best bill.
So what I think I'll do is I'll do the pro con back forth, and then what we can do is, if you have, we'll question each speaker one at a time and keep going pro con.
Well, I want to just say though, Mr. Brindell and the other speaker, they're here to answer questions that the committee might have in connection with the bill. They're not pro or con. That this is just a building division who implements our whatever we pass, our ordinances. So they're not a pro or con. They're going to be with me to answer questions. So if you got the cons out there, let them speak.
Okay, then I'll go with the cons, and then we'll come backwards. Mr. Summers, do you want to go ahead and tell us why you think that this bill is just not a very good idea? Although, but I'll just let you speak. I'm sorry.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Don Summers, and I've been a licensed plumber in the city of St. Louis for 47 years, and I am a local consultant for IAPBO. I oppose Board Bill 103 for the following reasons. The Committee of Plumbing Review has never had the opportunity as the industry professionals to review and compare Bill 103 with the 2018 International Plumbing Code. It has always been policy for this committee to review any changes in the plumbing code or the adoption of any plumbing code. The city of St. Louis has never, in the history of the plumbing code since 1861, which I have researched, adopted the International Plumbing Code. And it has never been a problem or questioned until now. St. Louis City adopted the Uniform Plumbing Code in 2005 and has adopted the Uniform Plumbing Code every code cycle since. And before the Uniform Plumbing Code, they were under the National Standard Plumbing Code. And to me, a very important portion of this ordinance has been removed from Board Bill 103. The bill has removed the Committee of Plumbing Review, who are the industry experts and who deal with the plumbing code on a daily basis. It has always been their job to review and recommend code changes and code adoptions for the city of St. Louis. And this committee is also appointed by the mayor. I have been attending all the meetings of the Committee of Plumbing Review, and I can tell you that this committee of industry experts is concerned about keeping the plumbing code up to date with the latest and the best code for the city of St. Louis. I believe it is the committee's intention to review the 2021 Uniform Plumbing Code, and then when available, review the 2024 Uniform Plumbing Code to make sure that St. Louis is up to date with the latest plumbing code. The committee at their meeting suggested that they would want to review each code as it becomes available and to make a decision of available adoption if it is needed. I would like to see this committee not take a vote on Board Bill 103 today or vote no on Board Bill 103. I believe as a licensed plumber in the city of St. Louis, adopting the International Plumbing Code would be a true detriment to the citizens of St. Louis. Thank you.
I guess, so Alderwoman Tyus, do you want to keep going through the people against first, or you want to?
Mr. Chairman, I'm not on the committee. If the committee is okay with that, they can just, everybody who says they're against it, they can testify. I don't need to reply to each thing. In my closing, I will address the things that they say. But again, this is not my committee. I submit to the committee whichever way the chair or the full committee members want to do it. I am fine either way. Just
want to respect your, then I'll just go with Mr. Rogers, Brian Rogers, if you want to go ahead and speak.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman Vaccaro, members of the committee. I am Brian Rogers, Vice President of Field Services, a licensed master plumber and a certified plumbing inspector here on behalf of the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials. And it's very important that something is clarified. I am not a member of Union Local 562. I do not speak for Local Union 562. I am here on behalf of the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials. We are commonly referred to as IATMO. I testify in opposition to Board Bill 103. In addition to IATMO, the committee, the entire plumbing industry in St. Louis is unified in opposition to this change. The entire plumbing industry is in opposition. The city of St. Louis has been well served for decades by the Uniform Plumbing Code. Changing the code to the International Plumbing Code would create a huge disruption and impose an unfunded mandate on the citizens of St. Louis. This change would total hundreds of thousands of dollars that would ultimately have to be borne by the homeowners and taxpayers of St. Louis. Every plumbing contractor in the city would need to purchase all new code manuals, training materials, and also retrain plumbers, apprentices, contractors, plumbing engineers, code officials, training institutions, and curricula and faculty. Additionally, every jurisdiction and plumbing professional would need to invest in the full range of code books for residential and commercial buildings at a cost exceeding 5 times the cost. With approximately 1,250 master and journeyman plumbing licenses holders in the city of St. Louis, and coming off the COVID-19 pandemic, small plumbing companies would not be able to absorb such a cost, and it would be passed on to building and homeowners in the form of higher fee for services. Issues of cost have also surfaced in other ways as well. Much has been said about the ICC economic impact study and the savings that they report their model plumbing code would provide. The slick but deceptive marketing tool packaged as a comparison has little basis in fact. The document identifies most of the savings in residential construction, yet their model plumbing code cannot be used for single and multi-family dwellings, only commercial buildings. The International Residential Code must be used for single-family dwellings. Moving to the IPC also does not provide plumbing provisions for potable rainwater catchment systems, sustainable practices, peak water demand calculator for pipe sizing and water conservation, Legionella abatement provisions. All of those are included in the Uniform Plumbing Code. Finally, it is important to note that the City of St. Louis Plumbing Review Committee, appointed by the mayor for this purpose, has evaluated the IPC and the UPC, and it is firm in its commitment to supporting the continued adoption of the UPC. There is no sound technological or economic reasons to move away from a time-tested code that has met with great success in protecting the health and safety of the citizens of the city. This bill has no support, again, within the entire plumbing industry. And I urge you to vote no on Board Bill 103 or hold Board Bill 103 at this time. And I would be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
I do have a question for you. And so the one thing, and it was brought up in the last time we went through all this. So if you're saying that it's going to make plumbers have another set of code books, does this mean, because everywhere else outside St. Louis City and St. Louis County is UPC, does this mean that they can't work outside the city? What happens if they work in an area that's under the IPC code? Does that mean they can't work there? Because you're saying that it's going to require them to know 2 sets of codes. And this was brought up during the last time we went through this, that a lot of the state is under the IPC codes, even in the plumbers and pipe fitters, the pipe fitters are under the IPC code. So when you say that it's going to make them have to be trained, does this mean that people under the UPC code cannot work outside the city or county, that they can't work anywhere else in the state that's under the IPC codes? Or do they need to know all those codes and have those books?
Yeah, that's, I'm happy to answer that question. In the IPC, it specifically excludes single-family dwellings. So you cannot use the IPC to plumb single-family dwellings or structures of 3 stories and less. You can read it right in section 101.2 of the scope of the IPC. And it specifically says the provisions in the International Residential Code shall govern the installation of plumbing systems in residential, single-family, and multifamily dwellings of 3 stories or less.
Well,
It also excludes the fuel gas portion. It does not have fuel gas. It references the International Fuel Gas Code. So you must purchase, if you were going to go in and install a water heater and you had to change the gas piping or you had to size gas piping, you could not use the IPC to do that. You would have to use the International Fuel Gas Code. If you wanted to pipe the flue piping from water heaters or other appliances, the International Plumbing Code does not have provisions for those types of piping. That is referenced in the International Mechanical Code. Throughout the whole International Plumbing Code, all of their other codes are referenced, and it's a way for a revenue generator. All their codes are referenced all across the board, and so those publications are going to have to be purchased in order to have the regulations to do the installation correctly according to that code.
So, I mean, I think it gets back to the original question that Alderman Boyd had asked, or Vice Chairman Boyd had asked in the prior meeting. So plumbers that are still going to be required to purchase or know the IPC codes to work outside of the city, where the IPC code is the code, right?
Yeah, I guess I can't speak to what contractors work where and in what jurisdictions.
I mean, that was the question that was asked and was never given an answer to. And he had stepped aside, but that was the question that he had. And it was just a simple question. When you say that the people that are under the Uniform Plumbing Code would have to purchase new books, it would seem to me, and what came up the last time was they have to have that in order to work outside where the UPC code is the code.
Exactly.
So to say,
if in fact they are actually plumbing to the IPC provisions in those jurisdictions.
right. So for a plumber to work outside the city and county, they have to have them books and know the knowledge of have those codes. I would, and I think that, so to say that they're going to have to buy new books might be a little bit, I won't say disingenuous, but it just seems a little odd that, that plumbers work throughout the city, the county, and the state. I would think it could be actually the other way around, where people that come in the city that work would have to acquire new books because they're working under the the IPC code, and they would have to get more books to anyway, since I don't have a lot of knowledge, I'm gonna and I'm gonna let Mr. Summers rebut that, but then I'm gonna move on from there because he has.
Yeah, I mean, if I can just make one other comment, and Mr. Summers might be able to expand on this. I believe that their training is solely based on the Uniform Plumbing Code. So with the switch, their curriculum and the way they teach their apprentices and their journeymen would have to encompass both the new code and the uniform code. But I don't want to speak to, I don't want to speak on their behalf.
I would hope
Chairman,
training.
Chairman Vaccaro, I have a point of order.
Yes.
Do we have quorum right now?
Don't have to keep a quorum.
Some people had to go to legislation. They'll come back and forth, but right now we're with the discussion. If the purpose, I noticed some people didn't even make the meeting. People that were calling me, which really kind of upset me prior to the meeting, going, "Oh, gee, I can't make it." I guess they were trying to kill a quorum, but we'll need a quorum when we take a vote. Alderwoman Tyus.
Just since I'm the most senior person here, I can also tell you that if you need to, you can just take a recess if you need to go to legislation, and then you can come back. So I'll help you out if they're trying to beat your quorum, because I'll show you how to beat them trying to beat your quorum, okay? Because we're going to hear this board bill today.
The other thing that we can do, since there was a quorum at the time, we can just say previous role. And
Well, you're going to have objection to that.
I'm trying to be as fair and open. Some people had to switch over to the legislation meeting. Some people that are far, some people that are far and some people that are against this bill had to switch over.
I'm still listening and available to vote.
So
add me to your count.
But if you need to, Mr. Chairman, you can do a recess. I'm going to stay here. I don't care if it's 5 o'clock. I'll be right here because I don't like the way that they decided they were going to do this. And so I'm here for the long run.
Well, and I'm with you on it. And I would have been more than happy to have held this had any one of them talked to you and you came to me and said otherwise.
I didn't.
And that's where I get upset. Mr. Summers, you want to go ahead and you want to rebut some of this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not necessarily one to rebut anything that you've stated, but I can tell you that probably the biggest percentage of plumbers that are trained in the St. Louis and surrounding area are trained on the uniform codes. So with that being said, if the city was to go to the International Plumbing Code, there would have to be more code books purchased because of the number of books used for the International Plumbing Code. And as far as a plumber being able to work in other jurisdictions because they are under the Uniform Plumbing Code in St. Louis, we train all the people under the Uniform Plumbing Code, and that allows them to be able to work in the other jurisdictions because it is a more stringent code than the International Plumbing Code. And the other thing is, if St. Louis goes to the International Plumbing Code, under the licensing laws, there is a test that has to be taken for master plumber, master drain layer, and journeyman plumber. Currently, because St. Louis City and St. Louis County are under the same codes, we only need the Uniform Plumbing Code. They will have to have all of the international code books to be able to study for any of those licensing tests. So what Mr. Rogers was saying about the cost of books does become pertinent to the conversation.
Thank you. Mr. Scales.
Can we hear from the building division on that topic, please?
Yeah, well, we're gonna, I was under, by the sponsor of the bill, she wanted me to have, so what I'm gonna do is go to Mr. Scales and then I'm gonna go to the building division. It's the way the sponsor bill asked and I was following that. So Mr. Scales, you would be the next speaker.
Sounds good, thank you.
Opposed.
My name is Lamarco Scales. I'm the owner of Scales Plumbing Company in the city of St. Louis. I have 27 years as a plumber and I've been in business for 14 years. And I was appointed to the Plumbing Code Review Committee by the mayor, former mayor in 2018. And it is, as a master plumber, it is the complete recommendation of the Plumbing Code Review Committee to adopt the Uniform Plumbing Code. Now, the Plumbing Code Review Committee exists solely, well, not solely, but one of the main reasons the Plumbing Code Review Committee exists is to review and make recommendations on which plumbing codes should be adopted for the city of St. Louis. And the 4 members on the Plumbing Code Review Committee have collectively over 100 years of plumbing experience. And it is our recommendation that we should use Uniform Plumbing Code and not the IPC. The Uniform Plumbing Code gives a higher standard of code for the city of St. Louis, and it helps protect the health and safety of the citizens of St. Louis. Now, one very important note that I want to bring up is that all the members on the Plumbing Code Review Committee, we all have full-time jobs. But me personally, I'm trying to run my company, and it's like having two full-time jobs. But I still feel it's important for me to do my civic duty to volunteer on the Plumbing Code Review Committee. And all the time that we invested in reviewing the Uniform Plumbing Code, if you take all that time, the building department and the Board of Aldermen basically are just throwing out all that time in our recommendation. And I think that's really, really terrible. And that's really basically all I have to say.
Thank you. Now we'll go over, so Alderman Tyus, I believe you have Chris Schlum, Ron Brundell, and Jim Sika, maybe that is. So I guess we'll start with Chris Schlum. Are you out there? Are you still here, Chris?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, why do you think this is just a real good idea? I mean, the argument is we've been doing this in the city and county since forever, and no. So I mean, why would we switch now? What's the advantages to going to the International Plumbing Code versus the Universal or UPC?
Well, first and foremost, the city of St. Louis has adopted every international code, including the building, residential, existing building, fire code, swimming pool and spa. This is part of the I-Code committee. When someone had stated earlier about, oh, we're going to have to get new books because the IRC says this, this, and that, in reality, that the International Residential Code 70795 deletes the requirements from plumbing, mechanical, and electrical in its entirety and directs it to the plumbing code, mechanical code, and electrical code of the city of St. Louis. So when you say something like, I'm going to have to buy the IRC and this and that, that's not true, okay? When people say the county is on this, the county is on that, that's only the parts of the county that are contracted, right? There is, Ladue, Clayton, Brentwood, Baldwin, U City, Jennings, Blackjack, Berkeley, that all use the IPC. The St. Charles County, St. Charles City, Lake St. Louis, O'Fallon, St. Peters, Wentzville, Jefferson County, Arnold, that there's this, that the county is not entirely on the UPC. So when people say that they have to retrain their people, has any of these, Mr. Scales in particular, have your company did any work in these communities that have adopted the IPC? And if they have adopted the IPC and your company has done work in, say, Baldwin or Florissant, was there any special training that was provided to your employees that you could show the board that this was an added cost? So my goal here is what's best for the city of St. Louis.
Thank you.
What's best for the city of St. Louis is to have the I-codes in the entirety. Right? We've gotten commitments from the IPC, from the ICC, International Code Committee Council, that they're going to support this. They're going to supply the training, just like they do for building inspectors, mechanical inspectors. So this is the best for the city. I had a statement, I was going to read all that, but the bottom line is this is a city ordinance. when I suggested and I recommend that we get rid of the review committee, we have a board of plumbing examiners, exactly like the mechanical and electrical. These IPC 103 that we would like to see adopted brings us all into uniformity. So we have a board of electrical examiners, a board of mechanical examiners. We have a board of plumbing examiners. When parts of the UPC, says that they're going to do these investigations, what about the Citizen Service Bureau? They're going to, mandate inspections. What about our plumbing supervisor? So by adopting the IPC, this pulls all of the codes into one concise package. And once this is adopted, which I hope it is, that this will now be part of our ongoing into the future package of code approvals. So we're looking at the 2024 code cycle to go through the residential code, building code, existing building code, all the I codes. By bringing the IPC in, this completes the family, which is best for the city of St. Louis and its constituents. I have been dealing with the mechanical, electrical, plumbing ordinances. I've worked on the fire code. I created a mobile food truck that the ICC used as a base to create their 2018 IFC Chapter 319 mobile food preparation vehicles. I worked with the Energy Council to change the IEBC, the IRC, and the IEBC RC that to require electrical vehicle charging stations. I've been around code compliance, and I thank Ron Brindell is like my mentor. He's been doing this for a long time, a wealth of knowledge, and I'm trying to learn everything I can from him. And this is why I stand by the IPC under the complete package of codes.
Thank you. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go to Mr. Brendel. I am going to come back to Mr. Rogers to allow him to rebut anything. But I figure I'll go through this list and then we can have conversation. I would ask if Alderwoman Tyus, somebody texted me, said that you seem like you're making comment. You might want to, mute yourself a little bit.
Shaking my head.
Well, or mute yourself but certainly feel free, it's your bill to jump
No,
in.
I'm not saying anything. I'm just shaking my head. Okay. Because I'm not mic'd up, but okay, if you don't want me to shake my head, but they're correct.
No, you're fine. I just got a text asking that. Anyway, so I'm sorry, Mr. Brendel, if you want to speak on the subject, why do you think the same thing? Why do you think this is a benefit to the city? If you just go ahead, I'm just going to listen. I'm sorry.
Okay, I've got 43 years experience. I'm a registered registered engineer with the state of Missouri. I think this is the best for the city. I gave 2 years ago when we first started on this, I gave the analogy of a watch with the cogs. Each of the cogs or spokes is doing something. Each is a code. They all work together, but when you have one code or one of the sprockets that is not exactly right, things are wrong. Twice a year or twice a day, you may have the correct time, but that's it. It works, but it doesn't always work 100% together. Now, I'm rebutting a couple of things. I don't see how there's going to be a disruption. There would be as much disruption if we went to the UPC. They're going to have to be trained. The other thing they talk about is the cost of books. I don't think they're going to be giving out their book free to the people. And they kept saying about, okay, the IBC, the IRC, when we did the IPC or the IBC and the IRC, we deliberately deleted anything about plumbing out of them and said, refer to the current plumbing code of the city of St. Louis.
Yes.
So there's no reason to have to buy an IBC or IRC, IEBC, IPMC. Those are all, anything of plumbing was referred or was deleted in effect. In terms of training, when Mr. Seelig talks, he's going to talk about what ICC can do for the plumbers in terms of training. They're willing to do a few things. I am not going to go into details on that because he can talk about that. No matter what code we go to, the people are going to have to be retrained. There's going to be changes. It has been, let's see, they said we adopted it in 12, it's now 9 years since we adopted a plumbing code. I'm sure a few things have changed since then. Well, I'm going to let Mr. Seelig from ICC talk now.
So I'll recognize Mr. Yeah, that would be up to me to do that. So Mr. Seals, if you would, please go ahead. Is he here still?
Yeah, he's here.
I don't see him. I guess I don't hear him or see him actually.
I see him, but I can't hear him.
Oh yeah, okay, I see him. Mr. Seals, you're having microphone trouble there. Yeah, we
His
can't.
speaker may be turned off.
Yeah, something's not right because I don't hear him. Well, let me do this. You need to fix your microphone. We cannot hear you.
I'm muted on that side because I'm not.
Yeah, now it's coming in.
Now I can hear you. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Chairman Vaccaro and members of the Public Safety Committee, thank you for allowing me to speak here today. My name is Jim Sika, and I'm Director of Plumbing, Mechanical, and Fuel Gas Technical Resources with the International Code Council. I'm here today on behalf of the Code Council to express full support for Board Bill 103. The IPC is the most widely adopted plumbing code across the country and within the state of Missouri. The IPC is currently adopted in 37 states across the US and is also adopted in Puerto Rico and Guam. Based on that, approximately 252 million people, or 75% of the US population, live in areas that have adopted the IPC. Looking solely at the state of Missouri, roughly 75% of the cities having populations greater than 10,000 have adopted the IPC, including Springfield, Columbia, and Independence. The IPC, along with the other international codes, are correlated to work together without conflict. This is to eliminate confusion in building design, inconsistent code enforcement, and differing interpretation among jurisdictions. Current and correlated codes eliminate conflict or duplicate requirements. This is a critical benefit for the city of St. Louis, where many other I-codes, as we've discussed, have been adopted, including the International Building Code, Mechanical Code, and the Fuel Gas Code. The I-codes, when adopted as a family, correlating as they do, provide a consistent system of regulations that designers, builders, and regulators can rely on across city, county, or state lines. Looking at these and all other I-codes currently adopted by the city of St. Louis, there are more than 112 cross-references within the codes. These cross-references at the simplest level refer to terms used throughout the codes and rise in importance to include life safety issues related to the allowable use of combustible materials, the design and installation of roof drainage systems, fire protection and life safety systems, and means of egress, to name just a few. Board Bill 103, as proposed with the current amendment package, maintains the cross-references between the IPC and the other I-codes St. Louis has adopted. The IPC is a vital part of a complete building safety system, providing an integral component necessary to stay current with the latest building technologies while meeting the public health, sanitation, and safety requirements necessary for the built environment. The 2018 IPC includes numerous design and installation options that provide flexibility for design professionals and builders. For example, the IPC includes plumbing provisions from ICC A117.1, the standard for accessible and usable buildings and facilities. The IPC incorporates provisions for the replacement of underground sewers and building drains via the pipe burst method. And IPC Chapter 13, non-potable water systems, includes an extensive collection of gray water provisions and requirements for systems utilizing reclaimed water for non-potable applications. The application of building codes, including the plumbing code, is not just about the codes. Technical support in the form of expert advice, code opinions, and technical resources are some of the most sought-after services following the adoption of a code. The Code Council's expert technical staff provides advice, code opinions, and resources to our more than 64,000 members as a complimentary benefit. We also have several resources to support our membership and industry professionals in achieving a better understanding of the code and implementing inspection programs, including commentaries and study companions. Numerous training resources are available on the International Plumbing Code, including face-to-face training and webinars, which are led by qualified instructors and plumbing industry leaders. The Code Council also has a world-class digital platform where codes, industry standards, and resources can be accessed from your computer, tablet, or smartphone. To close, there are multiple benefits to adopting the family of I-codes. By adopting the IPC alongside the IBC, IMC, IFGC, and the other I-codes, the potential for public health and safety issues is significantly reduced, not only for building owners and tenants, but for the system design and the contractor. Therefore, I formally request that the City of St. Louis move forward with the adoption of the 2000 IPC as currently proposed in Board Bill 103. Adoption of the IPC as proposed here will be a tremendous benefit to the City of St. Louis, its staff, and its citizens. I thank you for your time today, and if there are any questions, I would be happy to answer them now.
Well, before we go through questions, I'm going to let Mr. Rogers rebut because he's had his hand up. So if you would please, Mr. Rogers, then we'll start going through the committee.
Thank you, Chairman Vaccaro. Trying to lower my hand.
That's okay.
A question I have is there's been a lot of talk about the family of codes and how they integrate and are seamless. I'm just curious if the City of St. Louis Building Division adopts the International Electrical Code.
I don't think we're debating that at the second, so I don't know.
Okay.
We don't have.
Yeah,
we don't have the answer to that.
Sure. I'll rephrase this. Because they're talking about integration and how the family of codes and you need the IPC for the family of codes to work. The city adopts the National Fire Protection Electrical Code. So they talk about this watch that works and all the components are the same and everything. I'm just curious what component of that watch is the electrical code. Now I understand that the ICC is experts in building codes and everything like that. Just as the electrical code, they are, the NFPA is experts in that arena, and that's why they adopt that. IAPMO is the experts in plumbing and sanitation. We have been since 1926. Our sole focus of our 300 employees worldwide solely focus on water quality, water conservation, and proper sanitation. Our codes are adopted all over the United States, statewide, with the states of New Mexico, California, Iowa.
Make sure whoever's
how you been all right?
Please mute yourself, whoever that's talking. And
throughout those state code adoptions, they work seamlessly with all the other codes at that state level. So to say that adopting the UPC is a burdensome because it's not part of the family of codes, there's been no problem since 1995 with the adoption of the UPC in the city, with the integration with all the other codes. Our codes are inclusive. They cover all occupancies. And I guess I'm a little confused on, why the plumbing code is being singled out, since we are the experts on water and sanitation, just as the NFPA are experts on electrical and the city adopts the electrical. I'll stop there, Chairman, and I'll.
That's fine, because we're on the plumbing code and we're not on the electrical code, but.
No, I understand that, but the reference of the family of codes is what I'm getting at there.
So what I want to do now is find my list here. I'm sorry. What we're gonna do now is I'm gonna go through the committee members, and they are open and probably going to ask questions, of anybody and everybody. So, Vice Chairman Boyd, are you back over from legislation?
I have double duty. I've been listening. I have no questions at this time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. I'm supposed to be over in legislation too, but that's okay. Alderwoman Davis, any questions of either? And she might be in legislation at the second. Alderwoman Davis, you say you were listening. Are you there still? I'm going to move down a little bit then. Alderwoman Howard. The problem is some people had gone over legislation, and I will call them back over before we would take a vote. Alderwoman Howard. Okay, and Kara Spencer's not. So Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
Yes.
No questions.
Alderman Bosley.
I do. Thank you. Thank everybody for being here also. Certainly appreciate everybody's hard work and attentiveness to the matter. I do have a question, well, maybe a few of them. The first thing is regarding the cost associated with the switch. I know there was some talk about some of the plumbers and how they would potentially need to upgrade some of the books that they have. And there was a rebuttal to that saying that those plumbers would not have to do that. So I wanted to get some clarification on whether or not that cost will be associated and what exactly is that cost in particular with having to make those upgrades and any other upgrades that would or upgrades or changes that would come out of us changing the code in particular that would affect business owners who aren't necessarily a part of what will be a union or some institutionalized business that would give them some cushion within the change. I'm not sure who would be best for that question. Would it? I believe Donald Summers, Mr. Summers, was the person who spoke initially about the changes that would need to be made financially. And there was, I believe, is that Mr. Brindell, hopefully I'm correct, who said that those changes may not have to be made.
So either Mr. Slum or Mr. Brindell, I think it's directed toward one of you.
I'll speak on that. If we adopt the IPC, then we're going to have to buy IPC books. If we adopt the UPC, everyone's going to have to buy the new current edition of the UPC. So you're going to be buying books no matter what, whether you buy the IPC or the UPC. Once you make that change, then you have to buy the updated books. With the IRC and the IBC, we have done through the adopting process, eliminated, deleted in its entirety, those chapters concerning plumbing, mechanical, electrical. So you would not have to buy a IBC or a IRC or even an IEBC. So the costs were relative.
Okay. Mr. Summers, do you have a rebuttal to that?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Bosley. There is a cost associated. If you adopt the UPC plumbing code, you would only need the Uniform Plumbing Code book in its entirety. If you adopt the International Plumbing Code, throughout that whole code book, if you want to do like the installation of a water heater, the Uniform Plumbing Code is very specific on that installation as a plumber. Under the International Plumbing Code, if you want to install a water heater, you need the International Plumbing Code book, you need the International Mechanical Code book, and you need the International Fuel Gas Code book. So you're going to have at least those 3 code books just for a water heater. And that is an extra cost over the Uniform Code.
Okay, so there'll be 3 costs associated with, let's just keep on the water heater piece. There'll be 3 costs associated with possibly installing a water heater under the International Plumbing Code.
Correct.
Okay, and Mr. Brindell, what you were saying is that is not entirely correct, or the cost associated with just updating the book from the UPC would be almost equal to any upgrades or any books that would be necessary in purchasing under the International Plumbing Code. Is that correct?
Basically, the books themselves, the IPC, UPC are probably substantially the same. He mentions the mechanical and fuel gas codes. You need them already. If you're going to have the building code and the fire code and the rest of them, and need those, the mechanical and fuel gas, you've got them. But it's not going to be caused by having to buy the IPC.
Okay, so once again, I just want some clarity. So if I went out right now, under the IPC and tried to install a water heater, will I need 3 books, like Mr. Summers has stated?
I'm going to give that to Mr. Slum. So.
No, all this cost effectiveness and this and that, like I said, when we adopt the IRC and the IBC, we deleted the mechanical, plumbing, electrical requirements from that. So you do not have to go out and buy an IRC to do a water heater. As we adopted all these codes, right? The International Mechanical Code, the International Fuel Gas Code. If you have the UPC, you already have those 2 books, okay? So where's the extra cost? If you already have International Fuel Gas Code, which we adopted at 70801, okay, the Mechanical Code 70800, these are part of the code family currently. So if you're doing work, and I would ask the union and the IAPMO, Mr. Scales with the Plumbing Review Committee, as a business owner, as a contract, all these people are doing work throughout, Baldwin, Blackjack, Ladue, Clayton, St. Charles, Franklin County, Jefferson County. And, where's all this extra cost and extra training? I know there's public records out there that show that different companies work in all the above areas. So where is the detrimental to the health when 75% of the state of Missouri, 75% of the entire country is under the IPC? Where's the detrimental there? So no, I don't buy this stuff. I see this. I've been dealing with it for 21 years, 8 years as this position. I've worked with Local 562 with Mike Grady, Dick Kellett, Rudy Smith, in the coordination of what's best for the city, not best for individuals. This ain't the best for me. It's the best for the entire city, okay? So don't get confused about cost and working in different jurisdictions, and all of St. Louis County is under the UPC. That's just not exactly accurate. All these other communities have the IPC, and these contractors like Scales Plumbing, I believe you're located on Ivanhoe, have worked in these jurisdictions.
Okay. So let's, once again, I'm still stuck on this cost piece. I like to work things out to where there is some type of a place where the average person can understand exactly what it is we're speaking about, and basically be able to make sense of it all. So let's just be direct. How much does it cost for, well, before I ask that question, I guess for Mr. Summer, what Mr. Brindell has just stated is that most people, if we did switch over to the International Plumbing Code, would still already have the other two books, the mechanical, and I forgot what the other one was, I'm sorry. But the two books associated with the change. So it wouldn't be a need for them to go out and repurchase those books. They just have to purchase the International Plumbing Code and adhere to those rules, but they would still have the books prior to us enacting or us passing the legislation for the International Plumbing Code. Are you stating that they would have to go out and then purchase additional books aside from the International Plumbing Code, even though those books are already being used? Mr. Summer?
Yes, I am, Mr. Bosley. Again, within the body of the Uniform Plumbing Code, Chapter 5 water heaters, it's very specific on that installation of that water heater. In the Uniform Plumbing Code, venting is in Chapter 5. There is a chapter of fuel gas within the Uniform Plumbing Code. I just looked up the 2018 Chapter 5 International Plumbing Code, and there's one sentence that right away hit me under scope. The installation of fuel gas distribution piping and equipment, fuel gas water heaters, and water heater venting systems shall be regulated by the International Fuel Gas Code, which means you have to buy that book to work with the International Plumbing Code. So the statement I made is correct. If you're using the International Plumbing Code and you're going to install a water heater, you need the Plumbing Code book, you need the Fuel Gas Code book, and you need the Mechanical Code book. The Uniform Code book, you only need one. And then to answer Mr. Schlum's question about plumbers working in other jurisdictions, he is true. Unincorporated St. Louis County is under the Uniform Plumbing Code. Incorporated cities are under the International Plumbing Code. But we, as people that train plumbers, train them specifically on the Uniform Plumbing Code, and they do that type of plumbing system in the jurisdictions that use the International Plumbing Code. So, okay. But there is a cost, and when I talk about the cost, I'm not talking so much about the cost to the engineers or to the contractors, but I'm more concerned about the cost to the individual plumber that is out there day to day installing plumbing that has to have that code book, because we have inspectors watching us every single day to make sure we install plumbing correctly. And if that individual plumber has to go out and purchase 5-6 code books in order to do his job, that's an unfair cost.
Understood. So what are you thinking of? And I appreciate everyone thinking about the little guy or the upcoming business owner who's working towards, achieving higher goals there. So I appreciate that. And I believe you both are making sort of the same argument as far as the costs are concerned. From each other's perspective, one of them will cost not as less, which I believe is Mr. Brendan is saying, Mr. Brindle, I'm sorry, and it'd be somewhere a balanced cost in what one would be paying even now under the Uniform Plumbing Code. And you are saying that it would cost them more. So I guess my question is exactly how much more of a cost are you thinking would be associated with the change?
Mr. Bosley, I wouldn't have that information, but Mr. Brian Rogers can tell you that information. He's from the Uniform Codes.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, would you be able to give us an idea of what it would cost there for your average plumber to switch to the International Plumbing Code? I guess right now in respects to just the manual and the handbooks and the tools that'll be necessary, not Home Depot tools, but the tools that be necessary as far as the handbooks to go out and do the job professionally.
Sure. Thank you, Alderman Bosley. If you take what is referenced in the International Plumbing Code and the other codes that are referenced in the International Plumbing Code, which is the International Fuel Gas Code, the Residential Code, the Building Code, the Energy Code. All those codes equal. And I don't know the specific amount because I don't sell the ICC code books, but I do believe it's upwards over $500 for their whole suite of codes that are referenced in the International Plumbing Code. I also would like to note, if I could, dealing with costs is within something that the International Plumbing Code does not have are the requirements for medical gas piping. And those requirements are included in the Uniform Plumbing Code in Chapter 13. So the installer that is working on medical gas systems has those provisions within the Uniform Plumbing Code that is extracted specifically from NFPA for that installation. Another item would be another cost is the installation of residential fire sprinkler systems that is connected to a potable water source. Those provisions are included in UPC Chapter 6, and those are not included in the International Plumbing Code. If you look at both of those publications, I believe the NFPA 13D, which is the requirements for the residential sprinkler connected to a potable water source, is a cost of around $90. And the medical gas NFPA 99 is also around $90. So, you know, there's other items that are not included in the International Plumbing Code that go outside their suite of codes. You know, another good thing to note is that the IPC does not address some of the real issues facing our water quality and the issues that are coming down the road, or they're here now with water quality. Legionella is a very, very real and a threatening thing that's happening to our water systems across the US and even in St. Louis. You can look it up on Google and look up Legionellosis and Legionella in the city of St. Louis, and there's been quite a few cases. The UPC is the only one that addresses that. And we have provisions that allow the jurisdiction to take action to help prevent the Legionella from growing in your water system. You know, the other item, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. I was going to ask, so just so we can be specific and people can get the information. Everybody doesn't know exactly what Legionella is, and a few other comments that you made as far as there being $80 cost associated with the sprinkler system, and then I think it was the gas pipe, and also wanted to kind of scale back so we can get some contrast going here. What the cons are, specifically as it relates to the International Plumbing Code. Under the UPC, you're saying that those costs associated would be $80, and there's provisions in there for, let's say, for instance, that the sprinkler system that would go, you know, to any operable water source, right? That's not in there. What you're saying in the International Plumbing Code, correct?
That is correct.
So what would one have to do in an instance where they wanted to hook up a residential sprinkler system under the International Plumbing Code? What would be the changes that they'd be forced to make, or cost associated with those changes that they'd be forced to make under, once again, the International Plumbing Code versus the Uniform Plumbing Code?
Okay, I want to make sure I understand your question properly, Alderman, because my earbuds just died on me and I had to switch over. I think you're asking me, what is the specific cost to, in addition to the purchasing the IPC book for a provisions in the the residential fire sprinkler system? Is that correct?
Right. Just trying to get some clarification on what those cons would be based on there not being provisions there in the International Plumbing Code. You know, what do you see as being the also what would be the different cost associated with one now trying to get a residential sprinkler system and it's not provided during the International Plumbing Code? Well, I'm sorry, there are no provisions in how to install one under the International Plumbing Code.
Right. A plumber would not be able to take the International Plumbing Code and go out and install a residential fire sprinkler system that is connected to a potable water source using that document, because they do not have the provisions for that, the regulations for that installation in their document. They would have to purchase the NFPA 13D regulations at a cost, and I apologize, don't quote me, I think it's around $90. Those provisions for the regulation of that system is included in Chapter 6 of the Uniform Plumbing Code. That's the same with the medical gas piping. Those provisions are included in the Uniform Plumbing Code, Chapter 13, where they are not included in International Plumbing Code, and the purchase of NFPA 99C would be required to do those installations.
And that is a book, correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay, so they need an extra book to install this. They'd have to pay an extra $90. And that's on top of whatever cost would be associated with the city for permits. Mr. Brendel, it looks like you have I'm sorry, go ahead, Mr. Rogers.
No, I thought you were asking me a question and you cut out there, so I apologize. I didn't catch the very last part of that question.
Sorry. So I was just saying that the book would be an associated cost at $90, and then it'd be also additional cost to pull permits and whatever else would be required there by the city to start the work. I can't. Associated cost you're saying is $80 to I guess to install that now. Is that what you were saying when you mentioned the $80 previously?
Yes, it is an extra publication that would need to be purchased. I can't speak on permit fees or anything like that with the city of St. Louis. I am not familiar with their permit fee structures for your plumbing systems and medical gas and things of that nature.
Okay, thank you. So my other question, I'm sorry, Mr. Brendel, looks like you wanted to chime in on that in particular?
Yeah, it's Mr. Schlum, but I'm logged in with Mr. Brendel. That's all right.
Ronald Brendel.
I lost my train of thought, but one thing, medical gas under NFPA 99 falls under the International Mechanical Code, okay? So that is being addressed. The sprinkler systems, that is also under the International Mechanical Code. The city's adopting Ordinance 70800. So we are addressing medical gas. We are addressing sprinklers. There is no requirement in the city of St. Louis right now that requires residential sprinklers. So if the point comes in that we do require residential sprinklers, that will fall under the International Mechanical Code and NFPA 13R residential. So if you're going under the UPC or the IPC and it references an NFPA, then you're going to have to refer to that book, right? So we already addressed that mechanical. We already addressed the fuel gas. Fuel gas under the mechanical code, the adopting ordinance allows plumbers to do the gas work to the water heater, okay? When we talk about medical gas, that's under the mechanical code as a non-potable water, all right? And another thing I'd like to bring up here is maybe we could have Mr. Sika do some speaking, because right now myself and Mr. Brendel are speaking for the city of St. Louis. Mr. Rogers is speaking for IAPMO. So maybe we could have Mr. Sika, representing IPC, the International Code Council, weigh in on this subject also.
Absolutely. And I don't know if he's spoken yet already. I don't believe he has, but I'll leave that for the maybe the chairman to pop in and ask some questions. If you know, any of mine aren't necessarily germane. My biggest thing right now is when there's opposing entities and there are different views, I'd like to try to figure out where a balance in that equation is, and if there is one at all, you know, that we can figure out some type of amicable solution to whatever our issues are, because we all are trying to get to a place where we just have better services. So
One thing that I have experience in is I've actually been to the Board of Building Appeals where we have had issues with the plumbing. All right. I have not seen anybody from the Plumbing Council, IAPMO, or the union at these meetings. At one of the meetings, we had a plumber, a minority plumber that was getting ready to lose his license, and over a vote of 2-1. Well, according to the UPC, the 69255, that's not the IAPMO or the UPC. It's the city's adopting ordinance 69255 that says you have to have 3 concurring votes. Well, the plumbing board, you know, sent this person down to lose his license on 2 votes. I have been a supporter of local plumbing contractors since day one. I have spoke in front of the Board of Building Appeals on at least 3 different occasions in support of our local plumbers. This is all public records. So once again, my whole point here is to do what's best for the city of St. Louis and its constituents, its contractors.
thank you, Mr. Rogers. I'm sorry. First name once again, not Mr. Brennan.
Chris.
You are
I'm
Chris
Chris Schlum.
Chris Lum?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's your first name, Mr. Chris Lum?
I'm Chris Schlum. I'm the building inspection manager.
Chris Lum, got you.
Chris Schlum, yeah. I'm in charge of mechanical, electrical, plumbing, high-rise buildings, and the fire safety unit. I've been doing this job for 8 years. I've been with the building division for 21. I do not see anybody from the city of St. Louis that deals with these codes on a daily basis out here supporting the IPC. I see the plumbers union. I see ATMO representative. I see Mr. Scales as a contractor who also, I don't, correct me if I'm not, you know, wrong here, but I believe he's also a union member too. So why don't we, you know, go to the IPC and make this fair across the board for everybody? I support the city of St. Louis.
I'm not a union member.
Okay. Like I said, I didn't know.
Thank you. Mr. Rogers, is there a reason that you may know that most of non-incorporated St. Louis County is utilizing the Uniform Plumbing Code, and incorporated St. Louis County is utilizing the International Plumbing Code? Is there any, could you speculate on that?
Sure, I'd love to answer that for you, Alderman. And it is very well known that when you have jurisdictions that have plumbing code review committees, and just are in your larger population cities, and they have a peer review of the codes of the city of St. Louis County, you can go all across the United States and see where the uniform codes are adopted. Where there is a peer review by a board, the Uniform Plumbing Code is chosen and adopted. Where there is no peer review or code review, and everything is done by the building official, by the administration, without code review, it is the hand of the building official that administers everything within the building division that recommends the adoption of the IPC without any review, and they can do that with administratively. Again, you know, when you have a peer review of the 2 codes side by side, your jurisdictions that do have those boards choose the Uniform Plumbing Code.
Okay. Would it be safe to say that, and I want to be as respectful as possible to all municipalities, but would it be safe to say that incorporated St. Louis County is how would I say it's they have more services that they render to their communities, or I would say are a little better off than, and this is, a personal question, I guess, not something that you can analytically look at. That's all based on personal observation. But would you say that the incorporated counties are a little more well off than unincorporated?
I apologize, Alderman. I really do not know the specific demographics of all of the county and all of the demographics of the city and the towns and everything that surround the city and county. So I would not even attempt to try and.
I'm not speaking racially, or I guess I need to be more clear with my question. Sorry. I guess I would say monetarily. Are you familiar at all with?
No, I really am not familiar on, the medium income for any particular incorporated or unincorporated areas of the county. We're about, having the highest standard of plumbing code across the board, regardless of your income. And that's, so that, that's what we're here for, is to make sure that the highest standard of plumbing, water quality, water efficiency is available to everybody in the city, in the county. Everybody has access to that. So I apologize. I do not know that specific information that you're requesting from me. Maybe there's somebody else that does have that information.
Okay, thank you. And the reason I asked, just for clarification, it's just good, was there's always this rich versus poor conversation. And, it's good to clarify that unincorporated and incorporated, whether or not folks know that, unincorporated municipalities could be a little less more affluent than incorporated places. And generally, folks feel like, the more you spend, the better quality is. So it's just good to have some type of clarification for those who are watching the meeting, that this isn't necessarily a rich or a poor thing, where our city lies in the place of ensuring that people have, like you said, access to quality water and quality culture, that if there is any clarification we can have on that front, as far as the difference between incorporated, non-incorporated. Some people really don't understand that piece also, that it was made, maybe we see there's a kind of balanced playing field out there. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you answering questions at this point also. I do have a few more, but I'm going to let a few more of the members of the committee go ahead. I can be very long-winded, but it's also, I can get to a mental space of having a clear understanding of exactly what it is that our argument is. But I do want to, at some point in time, and I guess it could be from Mr. Jim Sika, and your background looks amazing there, Mr. Sika. Where you at? But it's cool back there. I do want to have some idea of what the real associated cost with the change would be. If we're, basing a lot of our discussions off of, people will be, they'll have extra cost associated with plumbing or doing their job or being a business owner, then I'd like to know exactly what that fiscal cost would cost them every year, exactly what it would cost them to get in line with the International Plumbing Code versus what it would cost them to move ahead with the Uniform Plumbing Code. Because I know regardless, whenever we do upgrades, once again, they still have to buy those in the books. If you make a mistake, you still gotta correct that. So having that, when it seems like the majority of the discussion is about the Uniform Plumbing Code right now, and then the cost associated with change, if those are the two arguments at this point, At bare minimum, we can make one cut and dry, which is the cost association. Third, if that's what we're talking about, let's get some numbers to paper. Therefore, it's not a he said, she said between individuals or back and forth. It's right there and right. And then we can dispute those costs based on what it is that, we actually see physically. So, with that, I appreciate everyone listening. Going to allow a few other more board members to go ahead and listen to what they have to say.
I'm going to ask Alderman Davis to take over for a few minutes because I'm diabetic and my numbers are dropped. So I will be listening. I just don't want to be eating and have my picture up at the same time. So
All right.
Alderman Davis, if you would take over for a bit.
I shall do that for you, Mr. Chairman. Madam Clerk,
Yes, ma'am.
who's our next speaker on our committee?
Who just was it? Alderman Bosley?
Alderman Bosley just spoke.
Alderman Muhammad.
Alderman
I'm still here.
Muhammad. Good. So Alderman Bosley, I just want to put a point of clarification out here. There's been much discussion about purchasing a book and who uses what code currently. In the state of Missouri, a licensed plumber has the ability to and will and shall follow the codes, whichever one a particular jurisdiction has in place. So there is no additional cost because if you are a plumber, you already have both books because you know that one jurisdiction may have one thing, one may have another. There's no such thing as additional cost for anybody. And as it was referenced by the building division, within our approval process, it indicates that you would refer to the code that is being used by the jurisdiction at that time. So there's no confusion and we can just leave that, set that to the side and deal with something else. Okay. I wanted to also go ahead and move on to Alderman Muhammad Collins, please. Alderman Collins, he might still be in legislation. Okay. Our next speaker
would be Oldenburg and then
Oldenburg.
Brent Narayan. Yeah, so Oldenburg.
Okay, so Oldenburg is not present today. Alderman Narayan.
Thank you. So, Mr. Schmill, are you still there, Mr. Schmill?
Mr. Schlum, sir?
Schlum, excuse me.
Yes, I'm still here.
Do you have any relationship with the IPC?
As in, no relationship. All I do is I enforce the codes that are adopted. I take no lunches, no game tickets, no financial gains. I have nothing in this argument other than what I feel, in my professional opinion, is what's best for the city of St. Louis. I don't know if you remember me, but I think I met you over in Dogtown.
Yep.
I hope that you thought that I was professional and
Absolutely.
I did best for that situation.
Absolutely. Yeah, we worked on
the same.
We worked on the tent over at Heavy Ref, I believe.
Correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's the way I approach everything. Fair and, to the point. So
okay.
I have nothing personal with IPC or nothing personal with IATMO. It's just
okay.
As my position, I support the IPC in its entirety with the rest of the building codes.
Gotcha. And then I guess I have some other questions that I'll just open up. I'm not sure who's the best person to answer them, but some folks
I'd like Mr. Sika to speak a little bit. We've had the IATMO representative, Mr. Rogers, do a lot of speaking, and the representative from the International Code Council has been quiet. So maybe he has some rebuttals or some input into this on the other side, not just IATMO. Like I said, I'm with the city of St. Louis. So I'm doing what's best for the city. Mr. Grindell, my mentor, he's doing what's best for the city of St. Louis. We have support from the commissioner's office. So this is what my opinion is, what's best for the city of St. Louis. And, you know, Mr. Rogers has been speaking in behalf of IATMO. Maybe we could let Mr. Sika speak and, you know, for the International Plumbing Code.
Sure,
So,
sure. No, I'm
Let
happy
me
to.
let me identify. So I would like for our alderperson to continue with his questions. And after that, we will allow Mr. Siegel to give any conversation, any merit to anything that he has heard thus far. Go right ahead, Alderman.
Thank you. So there's a few things that, so I've spoken to several plumbers that live in my ward over here, and some folks that just have an interest. I am frankly just kind of amazed how big of a deal dueling plumbing codes have become in St. Louis, but I guess, you know, these things happen. So one of the issues that was brought up is actually regarding regulation of the size of the pipes themselves as far as water flow goes. Here in the 24th, we don't have real issues with flooding. We're sitting pretty high up, but a lot of other areas in the city do. Does the IPC have water piping sizing methods that increase efficiency, quality, flow, anything like that?
I would refer that to Mr. Sika.
Sure, I'm happy to have him answer.
Jim?
Oh, I think we're having the same muting problem, I think, because it doesn't look like you're muted, but I'm not hearing you, Mr. Sika.
You're not hearing me?
Yeah, now I can hear you. Okay.
Okay, yes, the I-codes based all the piping sizes based on the minimum federal guidelines for flow for fixtures. And, you know, as such, that's the minimum sizes you should be putting in the buildings. That's it. We use the fixture unit methods and you know, have appendix to size piping.
And so, as far as I'm not a plumber, so if I sound like an idiot here, please bear with me. So I have to imagine that the size of the pipe affects the ability of water to flow through it. Does the UPC and the IPC differ in any meaningful way on those pipe sizes, particularly in regards to, you know, residential areas?
You know, Brian can answer for IATMO, but for ICC, my opinion on that is that IATMO has developed their water demand calculator for residential. That's only for residential, and it says an appendix in their code. But code side by side, we size things the same way to the national federal minimums based on the Code of Federal Regulations on minimum flow for fixtures. And, you know, pretty much that's where we are bound from a minimum sizing standpoint. You have to account for flows that could be there based on fixtures that are allowed by law. A design engineer who chooses to use low flow fixtures absolutely can have additional, different sizing methods that, those then have to be approved, just as with IATMO's use of their demand calculator. It would have to be approved as an alternate method. It's not part of a code. So, it would have to be approved by the authority having jurisdiction.
So then, so basically what I'm hearing is IPC deals with they make sure that they meet the federal minimums, basically.
Mm-hmm. Our base code is based on the federal minimums. Yes.
Okay. And does
2.5? Yes.
Does the UPC also just meet those federal minimums, or does it go past those federal minimums?
Their base code fixture units are based on federal minimums.
Okay. And let's see, I'm pulling up. So earlier we did.
Alderman Narine, because I want you to get a complete answer. Could someone also clarify the difference? And 95% of the times that we have flooding has nothing to do with the actual flow pipes. It has more to do with the sewer pipes and also other congested areas within a building underground process. So I want that to be cleared up. Because it doesn't have anything to do with the flow pipes in a building, and it doesn't have anything to do with the water pressure. So the average flooding that we have, you would not give it to that reason why. And if somebody else can clear that up with all your specific technical language, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I guess I'll leave that open to anyone who wants to jump in to clear that up.
Yeah.
I'll certainly try and clear that up for you if you would like, Alderman.
Yes, please.
I believe you're talking about apples and oranges, and hopefully you are, because in no uncertain circumstances do you want your potable water and your sewer coming together as one. So when you're speaking of water systems and water sizing, it really is specifically on the size of pipe within your water system, the velocity of flow in the water system, how long it takes hot water to get to a fixture, how long that water stays in that pipe, because that is an issue with Legionella growth. You want that water to move throughout the pipe and be expelled in that fixture. That's why IATMO has developed the water demand calculator that Mr. Sivka spoke of. And our water demand calculator is an appendix to the code. You do not need the authority having jurisdictions permission to use it if it is adopted as part of the code. In many jurisdictions, this is a recent development, cutting edge sizing, a lot of research, and it can be used and is starting to be used throughout the U.S. It conserves water, conserves energy, and increases the quality of water within the system in single family and multifamily dwelling occupancies. It is not for commercial buildings. As far as the sewer systems, the sewer system is a totally separate system from your water supply system. And that's the way you want it. You don't want them mixed.
Sure. Well, thank you for that. And I noticed you did mention Legionella, excuse me. It's come up a couple of times in this. And I have seen, and I just Googled a little bit during this. I know that we've had some recent cases in St. Louis here and in the state of Missouri. I know from the previous round of this that the UPC addresses Legionella. Does the IPC address Legionella? And I guess I'll address that to Mr. Sika.
The IPC does not directly address a Legionella because that's just the result of a poorly performing system, or it doesn't.
Can I call a point of order?
Go right ahead.
I cannot hear Mr. Sika, Jim, the one that's speaking. I can barely. Is there any way he can get close to a microphone? Because I got to put my face near the iPad to even hear.
Is that better?
Barely.
Yeah, let me see if my settings. If you could go to another question, I'll look at my settings and see if my computer's doing something. Is anybody else having trouble hearing me as well, or
you're pretty quiet?
I can hear you
Pretty quiet.
You sound very far away.
Okay, let me check and see if my settings are. set them. If you want to come back to that question, I can do that.
Sure. And I guess, Mr. Rogers, while we're waiting, am I correct in my previous assertion that the UPC does address Legionella?
Yes, sir, we do. We have a specific appendix that addresses Legionella and gives authority having jurisdiction the resources to implement and combat Legionella in water systems. And that is our appendix N, which is the impact of water temperature on scalding and Legionella growth, because it's a very fine balance in order to be able to kill that bacteria of Legionella and the potential for scalding. So you have to be very, very careful in how you address that, because as soon as you raise the water temperature to a certain point, you're risking scalding from young infants to the elderly. But if you don't get it high enough, you're not at a temperature where you can kill that bacteria and keep it out of the water system. So Appendix N specifically addresses those issues and gives those tools to the authority having jurisdiction to implement a program.
So that's more about, I guess, prevention of it from occurring in the first place rather than mitigating it once it's there, or is that kind of the same thing?
It is not a mitigation tool. It is a tool used to inform jurisdictions and help them along the path of creating and enforcing and looking into the issue in new construction and other occupancies for Legionella. It is not a preventative measure to prevent Legionella.
I gotcha. Thank
Alderman
you.
Ryan, I would like to add something to that.
Sure.
So when you install a plumbing system and you set it at a certain point and you turnkey the property to someone, then it becomes a responsibility of the management of that property, whether it's a large institution that has operating engineers and/or you have certified maintenance workers who go in and periodically check to make sure that, say, for instance, if it's housing units, that those water heaters and everything else are set at the right temperature so that those things do not occur. And we also have to put up warnings now. And that's why this new conversation is coming up about this. And they're asking us to put warnings up in the sections where the water heaters, so that the individual won't go in and tamper with it. So it's really not any difference between either code, because you're still gonna build it the same way. The pipes are gonna be the same, but that preventive stuff comes on the back end. Thank you.
Sure.
If I may.
Absolutely.
Ryan, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, when I had to switch mics, the level setting was way low. Regarding the Legionella issue, it is, as prior Alderwoman just said, from a design standpoint and installation, the codes are similar. The Appendix N in the UPC gives guidelines for Legionella, but there's no design requirements within the code. The treatment or the prevention of Legionella is a post-construction issue. It's an operational issue. So that doesn't fall within the IPC in the system design. The systems are designed to provide the temperatures to kill Legionella coming into the facility and things of that nature. But how that facility is then used and operated, we've seen a lot because of COVID and buildings being unoccupied, that you are now having to go in before reoccupying, and you have to go in and remove the Legionella that has grown in the pipes since the water flow has ceased. So it's an issue across all codes and all designs, basically.
Understood. Thank you. And then I know that the UPC also has a chapter specific to plumbing sustainability. Is that mentioned in the IPC?
Let me get back to you on that one. I've got to see exactly what you're referring to in sustainability. I mean, we have the chapter 13 on, the use of non-potable collection of rainwater, chapter 13 of the IPC. We also have there is another code, the IGCC for green construction, but you're not adopting that. It's not adopted there. So
Sure.
no relevance.
No relevance.
Does the IPC address potable rainwater catchment systems, anything like that?
For non-potable, not for potable.
Not for potable. And does the UPC address potable rainwater catch systems? Mr. Rogers?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were asking Mr. Speaker. Yes, we do have a specific appendix that addresses the installation of systems that can harvest the rainwater and transform that into a potable water source for jurisdictions all across the United States that are, in a severe drought, or doesn't even have to be a severe drought. There are jurisdictions that are looking at, water conservation efforts in, 5 years down the road, because, you may not be in a drought today, but where are you going to be next year? And any kind of water savings or any way to harvest, the water and be able to reuse is better off for any jurisdiction.
Thank you. Let's see, I think I'll wrap up with that for now. Thank you.
All right, sir. Oh, our last speaker is on the committee.
Well, we would have Alderwoman Clark Hubbard and then Alderman Page. And,
Oh, I forgot. Yeah. Okay, I'm
back.
sorry.
I'm back.
You're back?
Yeah.
All right.
But thank you. And thank you for the questions and stuff. Alderwoman Clark Hubbard, are you with us?
Yes, I don't have any questions. I'm still just listening. Thank you.
Okay, and then Alderman Page.
This has been a great and thorough discussion. The only thing that I had a casual question about, quite a while ago in the discussion, I heard a discrepancy between the two plumbing codes having to deal with residential installations versus like multi-story commercial or multifamily type of installations, and that was unclear to me. Would either of the speakers care to address that?
I'd be more than happy to, Alderman Page, if I may. The Uniform Plumbing Code is applicable in any occupancy, whether it's a single family dwelling, multifamily dwelling, whether it's a commercial building, an institutional building. The Uniform Plumbing Code works in all occupancies. And the International Plumbing Code is not a standalone document where you can take that one document and go out and do what you can do with the UPC.
The city
Okay,
adopted.
Thank you for that. I realize you're not in an advocacy position necessarily, but would anyone care to rebut that statement or give additional information relative to IPC?
I would. Like I stated earlier, that the city of St. Louis adopted the IBC and the IRC. In that adoption process in the IRC, okay, we deleted in its entirety the chapters regarding plumbing, electrical, and mechanical, and referred them to the plumbing code, the electrical code, mechanical code for the city of St. Louis. Does that help clear it up? So we're going back to the plumbing code, whether it's a UPC or an IPC, will be a standalone for the plumbing part of it, whether it's residential or commercial. When we adopted the residential code, we deleted that chapter and referred it to the plumbing code of the city of St. Louis. So whether it's UPC or IPC, it's going to go there.
Alderman Page, if I may add.
Please.
Yes, when you look at the IRC, that is a truly standalone book that covers all aspects of building a home. That is the only book you need for building a home. It includes in chapter 29 all of the requirements for residential sprinklers. It has had that and covered it long before IAPMO added it to any of their codes. And you know, the plumbing, as you've heard several times, I want to make sure nobody's confused, where you're hearing that the plumbing and fuel gas were stricken or deleted from the IRC. That's only in adoption. They're in the book. So everybody who has the IRC has all of the provisions in front of them. There's no need to buy any additional book. So when you adopt the 2018 IRC, which you've already done, you've got all those provisions. So for residential, what we're talking about today impacts it none. There's no impact on residential costs. They've already got the documents in their hands from the cost of code books. That's primarily what I wanted to say on that. Earlier on, now I was going to say about medical gas, but I'll reserve that to when it's appropriate. But that was the main thing. Is the IRC is a standalone for residential. The IPC covers all commercial stuff, and when you adopt the IPC, everybody that's going to refer to the IBC, the IMC, all the other codes that you're currently adopting, just like the UPC does today. They have to reference back to those codes. So there's no additional books from going IPC to UPC. I mean, UPC to IPC. They've already got all the books. So that's the other thing. And then one last thing on that. When it comes to cost, I do want to say this because I don't know if I'll get another opportunity. When you want to look at the bottom line on cost, it can cost everybody in your city $0 to make this adoption from the cost of code books. The ICC code books are all digital, online, free of charge. Those are searchable documents that they can go in and, you can manipulate way more than you can, you can search them way better than you can a book. So they're all available through smartphones, through, your pads, through computers, everything. And, IAPMO has their codes electronic, free of charge as well, as we're all required to do. Once they're adopted, they have to be free to your constituents. So the cost of a code book is irrelevant across all this because it's all out there free of charge.
Okay, so just to try to bring some summary and clarity for my own understanding, I think I heard a disparity between residential and commercial, but what I'm hearing is that both plumbing codes, IPC and UPC, cover all categories, residential and commercial. The difference appears to be that UPC is more universal, to use that phrase, in its coverage of various categories of plumbing, where the IPC, it would require a lookup or search in a companion document to get the same information. Is that pretty close?
Anyone?
With regards to the IPC on residential, it's not within the scope of the IPC. Everything related to residential is in the scope of the IRC, which you already adopt today. Well, as I've heard earlier, you deleted it from your adopted IRC. It can easily be restored because all the provisions are in there. And that's what I'm, and maybe Ron, you could speak more to that, that it's not about, if you adopt the IPC, you don't have the regulations there for residential. It's all there. You've adopted them all already.
Okay, I think I get it. Thank you so much. And thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
I am going to go to Alderman Muhammad, and then I think after that, we're gonna go to the chairwoman. We've been discussing this for 2 or 3 hours. I think I know more about plumbing than I ever, thought I would
Mr.
ever.
Chairman,
Yes.
I think I was over in legislation
Oh,
when it was
okay.
my
Well,
turn. So if
let
I
me-
could just have a brief moment.
You can, let me start with Alderman Muhammad, and I promise I'll wrap up with you, and then we'll go over to Alderwoman Tyus.
Yes, sir.
Because I was just, and I apologize because I didn't see your hand.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I believe in seniority. I will yield to the Alderwoman from the 19th.
you were so kind, so well dressed.
I am.
Alderwoman Davis, you're up.
Well, thank you very much, Alderman Muhammad Collins. I appreciate that. I just wanted to put a little more clarity to a lot that has been said.
I think
We talked a lot about a lot about plumbing codes, and I want to share with you that the materials that you buy, the connections that are made, the people who are trained to do that will make those things absolutely perfect based on, which nobody has talked about, they follow the architectural drawings and the recommendations that are done between our architects and our civil engineers. And when you get the plans, you see what is required. You know from your expertise as a plumber, the materials to buy, how to connect them and make them work. And it really isn't that much difference in the codes, except that we are using international codes for all other divisions for the city of St. Louis, and we would like to have it totally unified based on our recommendations from our building division and all those who do our day-to-day work. Construction of any property, whether it is residential or commercial, it's no strange animal for either one of them. It doesn't matter whether it's a 1-story building or a 28-story skyscraper. So I just need to have that cleared up, because people are trying to say some things that are not necessarily how it works every day. And I'm gonna tell you, this is not fair. This is not fair. I know you as a union, you want it done a certain way, your way. But we are the city of St. Louis. We should make the decisions about how we want to govern ourselves and how we want to move forward, like any other municipality anywhere else in the world. And as you have already stated, many municipalities do things different, and they have that right to. And what you would do as a professional is go in, follow the code that they have in place, adopting it, but you will be using and applying your professional methods to make sure everything is done properly and safely. Thank you. That's all I have to say, sir.
Alderman Muhammad, we're going to wrap this up with you, and then we're going to go to the sponsor of the bills.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the sponsor, Chairwoman Tyus. I just have a few questions. I'm trying to learn this whole thing. This has been a hot topic in the Board of Aldermen for some time now. I'm just trying to get an understanding. I do have a couple of questions that I wrote down in the midst of hearing the passion discussion back and forth. Chairwoman Tyus, anybody can answer the question or yourself. It is up to you. I will be jotting down the answers as I go along. My first question is, which code is best for water quality and water efficiency?
I can speak to that. I don't believe either code refers to the quality. We have federal standards that we have to maintain. But as you know, the city of St. Louis has, top 5 water nationwide. So that's where the quality of the water comes from. As we take that out of Howard Bend or out of Chain of Rocks, go through our purification system, we send it into the city, you know, Stacy Park Reservoir, you know, the Grand over there. So that's where the quality comes in. And as a building, you know, we install new plumbing systems, we do replacements. We do that per code as the proper installation and maintenance of, but not the quality. They do have to maintain it, but it comes from the city's water supply.
Thank you. I didn't know if Chairwoman Tyus had anything to add or if she was satisfied.
Mr. Chairman, may I answer?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, they've already just said what I would say. If we get water reports, our water is some of the best in the world, okay? And so I was gonna answer your question kind of on closing, because my answer is that everything but the pipe wrench has been thrown into this argument that is not quite true. We have city professionals here who I have served with and used for a lot of years, 30 years. I've worked with these gentlemen that represent the city, and they know what they're talking about. They care about the city, and they're the only people came to talk to us about what was in the best interest of the city. I'm kind of sad at listening to the people who showed up for the unions throw all of this stuff that doesn't have anything to do with it into it, because they're talking about what they want to do and what's best for them. The water quality in the city of St. Louis is fine, really, under both situations. So that is just something that's thrown in the mix to get us upset. Legionnaire's disease. You know, you can get your plumbing from anything in Legionnaire's disease, and then you can be in your hot tub and you can develop that from sitting there, and some other organisms get in there. So it's just a lot of things to me that have been thrown in that doesn't have anything to do with which is the best plumbing code for the city of St. Louis, which is the one that's most cost efficient, which is the one that our people who are going to have to run this system are the ones that are recommending to us that is the best thing for us. And that is what I have to listen to. I am a union person. I grew up in a union household, but when I hear people show up and say, they bring in a lot of issues that don't have anything to do with it. I'm sitting here now with my Missouri Bar books, which I have to pay. I'm a member of the Missouri Bar. I have to update my education all the time. One of our members is a member of the hairdressers. She has to update her education. It costs to be part of a profession. You don't get to do it free. Now, I used to have to pay hundreds and hundreds of dollars for these books that I help you guys with. This is what helps me to help you when you guys come and ask me a legal question. I don't have to do that anymore because I can go online and get those things. But water quality is something that I was not expecting as a question, because our water quality has nothing to do with either one of these codes. Our water quality is, we have a great water division, and they have done a great work over the years. And I've been getting great reports about the St. Louis City's water division for 30 years.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you for that answer, Alderwoman. And I asked that question for two reasons. As I was reading through some of the legislation, water quality was in that legislation, and also in the previous two board bills that were introduced prior to this, prior to the one that you introduced. And the other reason was because I have the pleasure of serving as chairman of the Public Utilities Committee, so I have a lot of communication with the water commissioner, and I have not asked him his opinion on this board bill or on this entire stance yet on either code, if he even has one, but I plan to. But I just wanted to know what was the thought there. My next question is, who published or developed the original International Plumbing Code and the Universal Plumbing Code? Is there a distinct group that published both? That's my next question. Anyone can answer at your pleasure, Alderwoman Tyus.
Well, I brought the two gentlemen from I don't know that question, and I'm usually pretty good at my I'll research, but maybe one of the two gentlemen from the building division might be able to answer that. Hello, Mr. Slump?
If they could, and I'm also going to ask.
I would refer, I would allow it, ma'am, this is Mr. Brendo. I would let Mr. Sika answer that question. He could talk about how the ICC is formed, came part of 3 different national code writing groups in around 2000. That would, I think he would be the best person to answer that question for the ICC.
I'm also going to ask the vice chairman to take over again for a minute for me. And he has not had the opportunity to ask questions, but I'm going to ask the vice chairman to take over.
Will do.
I'll be listening.
Is it all right, Mr. Vice Chairman, as Mr. Sika answers the question from?
Absolutely, please.
Thank you.
Absolutely, please do.
Mr. Sika, are you still here? You probably tried to go get something to eat, Mr. Sika.
There he is.
No, I have not.
You have an apple in your mouth?
I do not. But ICC was formed in 2000, or actually it started in like the late 1990s, getting together as a group. I forget the exact incorporation date. But the Southern Building Code Congress International, which is Southeast, BOCA, and I think it's ICBO, 3 major code.
What is BOCA, if you don't mind, Mr. Jim? Just for transparency's sake, and also because I have no clue what it means.
Say again.
Building officials, Brian may even be able to help me on this, but building, or Ron, building officials code.
Okay, is Building Officials Code Administrators International, Inc. ICBO is the International Council of Building Officials, and the SBCCI was the Southern Building Code Congress of International.
Well, that's
right, 3 of the, yeah, they were 3 model codes that combined at that time to create, it was similar, back at that time, you had the National Electric Code. The goal was even then to, we're working with IAPMO to try to come together with a national code. But the ICC was formed at that time, and that's 2003 is when you had, 2000 was the all of the international codes, which came from those various other codes.
Okay, thank you. The other code, the UPC.
I can answer that question for you, Mr. Alderman. The International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials has been just that since 1926. We've published our first plumbing code in 1945. We do not develop the code. We rely on industry to provide their input on the code. They come together in a transparent and open forum to create the language within the Uniform Plumbing Code. And it is specifically voted on by industry experts. We're talking architects, engineers, manufacturers, code administrators, trainers, journeyman plumbers, everybody and anybody that has a professional stake in the plumbing industry comes together and develops and makes changes to our code. And they have a final vote on what those code changes are. That is known as the true consensus process. And it is recognized by ANSI, the American National Standards Institute, and we are designated an American National Standards Institute document. So we are recognized because of the process we use, open, fair, and everybody has a voice in the vote. The International Code Council uses what is called a governmental consensus process, where it's only government building officials and public safety officials that have the final vote in what is included in their codes. And I encourage, many of the aldermen and alderwomen to maybe look into that a little more, because there's a lot of controversy between or on, how those codes are developed. There's no controversy on the IATMO side because our books are open, it's transparent, it's open, everybody knows what everybody's doing. And that's how our codes are adopted. And that's why we can say we're an ANSI accredited document.
Absolutely. Thank you, Brian. Thank you for that answer. And thank you, Ron, for yours. My next question is, and this is my last question. I just have a lot of questions. Honestly, I don't know how to actually develop them in 2 questions because I don't understand this whatsoever. And that was the conversation I had with Alderwoman Tyus yesterday. Now, which one costs more? Is there a cost associated with either one? Which one costs more?
I'll address that for you, Mr. Alderman, if I may.
Well, I think Alderwoman Tyus, my question.
Oh, thank you.
Would have to yield.
I want to thank you because I thought maybe Mr. Rogers is taking my place on the Board of Aldermen. And I know I got elected for 30 years to speak for the city, but he's spoken more than everybody together. He thinks that this is his committee. It is not. And I am offended at what he is doing. And he did not even seek permission of the vice chair. We do have rules here. You are violating.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Please proceed.
Thank you very much. I did have placed on the board, the Google document, the economic impact of the International Plumbing Code. There is actually a group that is called International Code Council, and they actually did a comparison of the 2 codes, and they hired, and I've told you this before, my husband is in green energy. So I went and talked to him about it because he knows these people. They hired somebody to do a comparison of the 2 codes and what it would cost. And who they hired to do this was the Henderson, wait a minute here, let me, the Henderson Engineering and Hatch Sustainable Economic Group. And so when they did this, they did a finding, which each of you all should find in your Google Docs, and they compared different kinds of buildings. And what the findings came out is that in all phases, from single family, which Mr. Rogers said that didn't apply, the actual IPC was much cheaper from single family to apartment buildings, to grocery stores, to other things. It was the cheapest and best for the citizens in the different states. So it is the least expensive way to do business. And some of the questions that you heard addresses this. Like sometimes the UPC will make you use, let's just say, this is for example, 8-inch pipes, when really you could use 6-inch pipes, but they make you use 8-inch, and that cost more money. So those are kind of things, just as an example, not specific. Those are kind of things when you make people use stuff that really doesn't have anything, and I'm not talking about safety issues or anything like that, but when you just make them use larger things or more, or make them use master plumbers when you could use a journeyman, that is the thing that makes plumbing costs go up. So in all the findings in the independent study, it came out that the IPC was the least expensive. Alderman.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I get a copy of their report if you don't mind?
Sure, it's on the drive, but I'll email it to you right now.
It is on the drive. Okay, no, it's
yes,
fine.
I had it put on the Google Drive.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I have not taken advantage of our Google Drive yet, so I hope the clerk and the assistant clerk.
It's a great resource, Alderman.
It is. I will take a look at that now.
And the report is only 5 pages.
Well, there we go. My attention span is there we go. I lied. I have one more question, if you don't mind, Alderwoman Tyus.
I do not.
And Vice Chairman Boyd, and this will be my last one. Is there any other major city that uses the UPC or the ICC?
So if you look at this report, it actually has a map of where it's used. The UPC is used in Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota. Oh, that's why you should look into your Google Docs sometime. That might tell you something, right? Okay, Nevada. The IPC is used in much of the Midwest, the Northeast. So there's a map. So all the major cities, New York, all these places. And it's not, I can't show you, I can hold it up that I have it, but it doesn't, you can see the orange. If you can see the orange or the red, that's the UPC. And the green is the IPC. So.
Okay, so the UPC is used primarily in the West Coast, and the others used in the East Coast. Is that how it looks or how it seems?
No, well, actually, UPC is used somewhat in the West Coast, but also up in.
It's like the old one that's frozen. You're frozen on the screen, Alderwoman.
And can somebody tell me which folder that document's in?
It's in the. Shoot. It should be in the.
It's not in the meeting folder, right?
It's not in the board bills. Let's see. Shoot, I have it up. I thought I could go back to it. Speakers list, resolution call sheet. It's a good question. It just popped up. Clerk, help us out.
I'll keep looking.
I'm checking out.
I have it on my screen, but I don't see where I got it from. It just popped up when I opened up the Google Drive at the very top of the menu of information that we had. Now I don't see it, but I have it. Is the Alderwoman back from the first ward? Oh, she fell. What was your question again, Alderman, from the 21st?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was asking based off her map that the UPC is majorly used on the West Coast and the IPC is primarily used on the East Coast based on the map that she showed just from the Zoom.
The West Coast and Northern. Yeah.
Right. So it was seen though as if that the UPC is used primarily in Missouri based on the map that she's shown just from the again from the Zoom picture that I can see. I have not pulled up that map yet. I will do so as soon as I log off this meeting. But I was just trying to figure out what particular code is used more, not only within our entire country, but in the Midwest. Because again, I'm just concerned with water quality and water efficiency. When I say water efficiency, trying to figure out the best way to reduce water wastage. And again, that's been a conversation that I have had with the Public Utilities Director and our Water Commissioner as the Public Utilities Chair. And that's where
you're fading out, Alderman, for some reason.
Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Yes.
Okay, I don't know what happened. My Wi-Fi is acting up. That's my cue to log off and go play video games, pretty much. But I asked that question only because water efficiency come back in my mind. Again, as the chair of public utilities, I've had a lot of conversation with our public utilities director and our water commissioner about water efficiency and water wastage. So I was trying to figure out which code was best in terms of knowing that other cities does not have the water quality that we are fortunate and blessed to have here in the city of St. Louis. So trying to figure out the difference. That's why I asked that question, Mr. Chair. But she did answer my question. I just will go and review that document that's in the Google Drive. I have no further questions, Mr. Chair. I do.
Okay, thank you. I see Alderman from the ninth hands up. I haven't had a chance to ask any questions during the legislation, but I want to ask a few questions real quick before I go to the Alderman from the 19th, since I'm on the committee. I haven't asked any questions. I want to point out, first of all, and pull it up on my screen, because the information was brought out about the Legionnaire's disease, and it's actually on the city's website. And I can't find it real quick, but it basically said that in the state of Missouri, the city had around, in a 5-year span that they did the study, that the city had like 10 cases and the state of Missouri had like 154. So it didn't seem like it was a big issue, but it's on the city website. And I was trying to find it with so many pages open. Somehow it got away. Up here it is. Okay, it's on the city's Legionnaire's Disease Awareness. What site is this under?
Should be under health.
I would think it's under health, but it's only a 2-minute reading. And
Right.
it talks about, although most people who come in contact with the bacterium do not become ill, as recently as August 2020, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention announced the disease can be fatal in 1 in 10 cases. Between 2016 and 2020, the 5-year median total count for the city of St. Louis was 11 cases compared to 152 cases overall for Missouri. So I just want to bring that out, that the city of St. Louis do have some data on that. It's impressive that we actually track that. I did also have a question for Mr. Lamarck Scales. Is he still with us? Mr. Scales?
I don't believe he is, Mr. Vice Chairman. I think he logged off. I know.
Okay. So
That same committee, Brian Rogers is. I know that him and Lamarco Scales have worked together. He may.
Who?
Brian Rogers. He may be able to answer your question.
Brian Rogers. Okay. So let me ask, is Mr. Rogers still here? Mr. Rogers, I see him on there. Mr. Rogers.
Yes.
Question for you. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I was going back and forth into 2 meetings. What is the relationship with Mr. Scales and the plumbers and pipe fitters?
I really can't answer that. I know Mr. Scales as a member of the Committee of Plumbing Code Review Committee. I have no idea what his relationship is with any organization in the St. Louis area.
Okay, and you're with the international. Tell me the organization you're with again.
The International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials, and I'd like to reiterate, we are not a union. We are a code organization. I don't represent a union.
Okay.
So I think there's some confusion there on who I'm representing and
Okay,
who
I'm
I
clear.
am.
So, all right, we got you.
Okay.
You do not represent a union, you represent this particular organization. And Donald Summers, Mr. Summers, remind us who you're with. Remind me, because again, I've been back and forth.
Yes, sir. I'd be happy to. I am a retired member of Local 562, but I am the local consultant for the IAPMO group.
For the what group?
IAPMO, the International Association of Plumbing and Mechanical Officials.
Okay, and I'm really disappointed that Mr. Scales could not stay, because I thought, and somebody correct me if I'm wrong, he said that he was not part of a union. Is that correct?
To my knowledge, he is not a member of Local 562.
Okay, and Mr. Summers, how do you know Mr. Scales?
I know Mr. Scales from the Committee of Plumbing Review.
Okay, and I hate for you to talk to him, but you did say you were a member of 562, right? previously?
I'm retired now, yes.
Where you retired, and during your time with 562, was Mr. Scales' company, was Mr. Scales part of 562?
He was at one time, yes.
Okay, so I'm curious as to how Mr. Scales got to speak. So, because I had to do a little research on Mr. Scales because he's African American, and one thing that frustrates me more than anything is when we find one African American to speak out on an issue that we see may have some racial disparities. Now, I'm not going to make any of this about race, but I did do a little homework about Mr. Scales, and I clearly heard him say he's not part of it. But he actually came up through the unions, is my understanding. I wish he could defend himself, but he came up through the unions and departed, but he still has a union affiliation. So for him to come on here and act like he's just this citizen that's non-union, that's supporting this legislation, is offensive to me. I'm not sure who invited him, because I wanted to ask him for the record who invited him. I think we as Black Aldermen are sick and tired of the one black face that can represent a system that is part of the good old boy system. Now, I don't say that disparagingly, because after, hundreds of years of racism, it is what it is. And I think we're on a course to correct some of that. But we cannot correct that by putting certain people before legislative bodies such as this and make it seem like everything's okay, because it's not okay. And I really wish I could have had more of an opportunity to speak to him directly about that. But I want to be on record of saying Jeffrey Boyd did his homework on Scales Plumbing. And Mr. Lamarck Scales. And I'm not saying he doesn't do a great job, but I find it very interesting that you can come up in the union and then you become non-union, and then all of a sudden you support something that is overwhelmingly supported by the unions. That just doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense at all. It reminds me of the MBE DBE program where, you go find an African American to be the front face, but really it's funded by the majority group. And we all know that happens more often than it should. And we have to fix that program. And that's on my agenda coming up in the near future. Okay. So that being said, I want to make sure I got that out for the record. Mr. Rogers, I want to ask you this. How many jobs do you think will be lost by adopting the international code?
None.
A specific number, I can't tell you how many jobs will be lost, but in their economic impact study, part of their savings on page 6, I believe, of the study, it will show you that their economic impact study saves, hundreds of hours in labor. As far as I know, if you cut labor, you cut jobs. So, I mean, that's part of their savings and part of their what they're saying in their economic impact study. I would say that's, there's going to be jobs lost because they're cutting labor hours in their study.
Yeah. And would you agree that if a person is overpaying for services, that making it more economically feasible for the consumer would probably be an appropriate strategy?
Not quite sure I understand the question, Alderman. If you're making something more affordable, it's better for the community. Is that?
Yeah.
Absolutely. If the information being provided is true and factual, which
right.
I'd be happy to provide everybody information that proves the ICC economic impact study is not true and factual.
Right. So I think I've been very fair in this whole process over the past couple of years of listening to both sides. And one thing I know about the UPC, I've learned about the UPC, is that it is a more, it's a tougher code. I think the Alderman from the first, did she come back yet? I think the Alderman from the first had talked about how in some instances, maybe the UPC requires an 8-inch pipe, but we really only need a 6-inch pipe. And so the person that really wins with that strategy are the suppliers. It's not the consumer. It's kind of like, I don't want to offend engineers. Mr. Brandell, before I say this, are you an engineer? Mr. Brandell?
Yes, sir. I'm a licensed civil engineer.
Okay, so Mr. Brandell, I want you to correct me and be honest if I'm wrong. But there are times where engineers, even though the standard may be to build this bridge with, I'm making it hypothetical, with a 12-inch wide piece of steel, that engineer may say, I want a 14-inch piece of steel because your license is on the line. Does that happen sometime in your field, that you overcompensate when you really don't need to?
Sir, I'm a reviewer, not a designer, but I think more and more with litigation being the way it is, you be a little bit more conservative at times.
Gotcha. Okay.
I see it in what we review.
Okay. And let me ask you this, Mr. Brandell. If an architect used the UPC code as part of their design, would it probably pass the review?
Probably for.
If we had ICC, if we had the international code, would it pass the review?
I do not review plumbing. Our plumbing section does, and they look at the UPC now. What will probably happen is that there will be a delay period between now and the implementation of the IPC, assuming say it gets approved in the next month. We would probably say it doesn't go into effect until the first of the year, giving a little delay for the architects, the designers to learn that, hey, you've got a new code you got to look at and start seeing if there's any change. I don't see any much change required. Maybe so. No, I'm not, but because I don't deal with plumbing. But we will work with the designers and the constructors to make sure that we get the best thing that we can.
Yeah. It is my understanding that the UPC is so robust that you can overlay it on top of the ICC and meet all the objectives of the ICC code.
I don't think I'm qualified to answer that question, sir. Chris, do you?
It's possible. I know I've heard testimony from Mr. Rogers, Mr. Summers, that, hey, this is more robust. And if we're training to the UPC level, then that covers all of the IPC. The question I asked earlier was what's the training difference when we have all of St. Charles County, Jefferson County, Jennings, Berkeley, Blackjack, Ladue, Clayton, U City using the IPC. So I don't see that overlaying big difference. We have to vent up, drain down, sizing as we go up in size, we have to increase and decrease. So the design part of the IPC and the UPC is just that. We're going to design a plumbing system for minimum standards. Just like you asked before about going above and beyond. Say the bridge requires a 12-inch steel girder, but the engineer is going to say, let's make it 14 just to throw in that safety factor. So we can, back and forth of which is better and what. I think both codes are good codes, but I think the IPC is better for the city of St. Louis.
Yeah, and I understand that. And I want to say for the record that I've had a chance to go out to the training facility of the plumbers and pipe fitters, and it's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. And because our region is so large, and we only have, from my understanding, St. Louis County and St. Louis City that's pretty much committed to the UPC, but we have Franklin County, we have Jefferson County, we have St. Charles County, we have a whole lot of other counties. And I just couldn't imagine that you would go through a training program and they would not teach you both. I mean, I just couldn't imagine. And if somebody want to raise their hand and tell me I'm wrong, that they're not trained on both, raise your hand and tell me, because that would make no sense to me that you are a professional and you're not trained on both in a particular region that you'll be working in. I mean, it just seems to me pretty common sense.
You know, and in response to that also, Mr. Alderman, the training facilities at United Association, you know, they're top notch, but I have yet to have one of my plumbers actually be able to go there for training. So my plumbing inspectors, I have licensed, you know, contractors, plumbing contractors that are part of the inspection crew. I have journeymen. Everyone there is a minimum, a journey, and we have master plumbers under, you know, my management. But we have yet to see any plumber from our city be invited out to the training facility for training. Now with the ICC, they have training, and it's for plumbing, mechanical, building, swimming pools, spas, energy codes. And as far as adopting these codes, it was said that, you know, the UPC does all this meetings and transparency. The ICC does the same thing. They just had the meetings in Pittsburgh last week, 2 weeks ago. So, you know, them are open to the public. They take in all the professionals, and then they have the government voting blocks. They have different voting blocks. So the ICC doesn't just get together in a back room somewhere and say, hey, let's do this. That's not true. They have international conferences to adopt these different ordinances.
I appreciate that. And I just want to have another comment that just amazed me. I was trying not to speak at all because I've heard so much of this before. But I think some of the comments that I was just amazed at is about the cost of getting updated materials. And I think the Alderman from the first probably said it best about whether you're a lawyer or hairdresser or whatever your profession is, that, you know, you're required to, you know, update yourself. My wife is an RN. She's required annually to make sure that she take the continuing education credits or whatever they do to make sure her license is up to date. And if you're training people and you're not training them on both standards, I just think you're cheating your students, and that just doesn't make any sense to me. That's just commentary, not for anybody to respond to. I just, you know, wanted to say those comments and ask those questions. But again, I'm really disappointed that I was not able to ask Mr. Scales in person to defend himself on my questions. Now I'm going to go to Alderwoman Howard from the 14th Ward.
Okay, I only have one question, and forgive me if it was asked before and answered because I had to step away. What is the difference in the preparation for the plumbing inspectors that will go out and be inspecting the plumbing for our great city in preparing them to go out and inspect the jobs? Is there a difference in the preparation since we're under the UPC now?
There's not going to be any difference in the prerequisite. Oh, excuse, I didn't mean to interrupt.
I just want to make sure, Alderwoman, who were you directing that question to?
Well, I would like, I guess, Mr. Brindell or Mr. Sika and Mr. Rogers to answer that.
Okay, so first, either Mr. Brindell or Mr. Sika, either one. Wait a minute, and then we'll have Mr. Rogers.
I will pass to Mr. Slum because he's the manager of the plumbers.
Okay.
Okay. The preparation is just going to be pretty much the same. That we'll have some different training that ICC has already, you know, promised, and as a record has stated that they will provide this. But the permits are issued online through stlcitypermits.com. Once the plumber gets his permit, then they go online, they can hit the button that says request inspection. So our licensed, you know, plumbers, inspectors, they go out and do, you know, ground roughs, wall roughs, finishes, you know, that kind of stuff. So the preparation is going to be the same. There will be some differences. I know on like our adopting ordinance, we don't allow mechanical vents, but that's our adopting ordinance. That's not UPC or IPC. That's our adopting ordinance. So as we do the adopting ordinances, this is what we do for the city of St. Louis. Does that help?
Alderwoman Howard, you're on mute.
Sorry. Yes, okay. So.
If I could add,
Just a moment.
thank you.
Someone said they want to add.
Jim Sika with ICC. When I get an opportunity.
Wait a minute. Hold up. Alderwoman Howard, I want to appeal to the person asking the questions on whether or not they want to hear from anyone
Yes,
else. Okay,
Yes.
go ahead and proceed.
Okay.
Mr. Sika, go ahead and proceed.
Yeah, I was just going to add that the preparation for once you adopt the IPC versus the UPC in this case really is going to be no different. If you were to go with the 2018 UPC, you're going to have new changes from the previous version that you're going to have to train inspectors on. What ICC does is we help and we prepare training presentations that say, okay, here's the difference between your previous code, in this case, the UPC, and here are the new things that are in this new 2018 IPC. These are all the things that you need to be prepared to go out and do your inspection. So it's a very similar process. I venture that there's no difference in cost because you're going to have to train the same amount with all of your inspectors the same way you would if you're updating to a new version of the UPC. That is all. I hope that helps.
Okay. And then if Mr. Rogers could please respond. Did you hear me?
Yes, I did. Thank you, Alderwoman Howard. As far as preparation to go out and do inspections, there are a number of differences between the UPC and the IPC in the venting and drainage requirements. So the fundamental way plumbing is done in the drainage and venting system will have to be learned by the inspection department. I think there was some mention of the use of air admittance valves, and the city does not allow them. According to the Board Bill 103, it appears that with the adoption of that, the air admittance valves will be allowed, unless I missed something in the language. There's different systems that are in the waste and vent systems that are in the IPC that the inspectors are going to have to learn. Like I said, it's fundamental differences in the way plumbing is installed that they're going to have to become familiar with.
Okay. Mr. Chair, that's all I have. Thank you very much for allowing me to ask. Okay.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any more hands up from the committee except Alderman Collins. Is your hand up from the last round of questions? Oh, I see Alderwoman Davis just popped in. Let me go to Alderwoman Davis. I'm sorry.
Thank you. I just want to clear some things up because to bring cross references in on quality of water, those two things have nothing to do with each other. The size of a pipe, how it's connected, the ventilation has nothing to do with the quality of water. We have a superb water system that purifies our water, monitors our water on a regular basis. I think just 2 weeks ago, there was a study they did that they were getting ahead of the thought that there might be something new coming through the water based on another state. I mean, so let's not confuse these two things. We're talking about connecting pipes, okay? We're talking about the ventilation from a plumbing system. And those things are so rare in the difference in the codes. Don't continue to try to make it look like it's this drastic difference. And you're trying to put emphasis on people are going to be harmed. That is not true. Both codes are so similar in their proposed operation, but you have more ability under the international code to apply things in what we call a basic construction development that can save money. It does no harm, but you want to make everything mandatory where you're pushing the expertise that is required for a simple job and make it required for a master plumber, and that's costing more for the project as a whole. So and I'm pissed. And I had to use that word so you can understand where I'm at, because I normally don't get like that. But I've been in construction too long. I've been around it too long, and you are really taking this someplace that it should not go. And again, when the representatives of the city of St. Louis, our skilled professionals, our day-to-day people are making a recommendation, you are smart to support that recommendation. And again, I have nothing against the union. I have nothing against any other organization that is supporting this. But I do know that most of the things that have been said are not accurate, and they are misleading, and that is wrong. It's wrong on every level. So, Mr. Chairman, I want to just simply say, we spent a lot of time on this. I'd like to support it. I'd like to see us move forward, and I appreciate the Alderwoman from the 1st Ward and the Alderman from the 23rd Ward coming together and making sure we come back and do right by this. And again, you're always behind the scenes, creating unnecessary problems for those in our minority community that they can't meet. You notice, do you see, we have 3 minority organizations that are very prominent in this region, and not one person from any of them have come here to support this. Not the Hispanic group, not the minority, Black minority group, APCA, and not the county group that has, they have a lot of women that are part of their organization and other groups. And so neither one of them are here, not one. So that tells you a lot.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, Alderwoman. We're going to go ahead and we've been on this for quite some time. I'm not sure how much more.
Do I still have a?
Okay, can you just ask one question, Alderman from the 21st, so we can get ready to wrap this up and go to the Alderman from the 1st Ward to close. She's been very patient, and I know she has copious notes, and she's going to respond to a lot of stuff that has been said to bring clarity and fairness. So go ahead, please. Only one question, so we can, go to the Alderman from the 1st to close. Go ahead, Alderman.
I'm just trying to keep us on Zoom because I love seeing the Alderman.
I see you have nothing better to do. Okay.
I don't today.
That's why you dress so nice. Okay.
I have on sweatpants actually, but it's all right. But I want to go back to water quality, because there was a study done by the Water Quality Research Foundation in the University of Illinois, in the University of Cincinnati, that said that the UPC was better for water quality and water efficiency. And again, I'm on this only because I'm the chairman of public utilities, and it's something that's important and crucial to me. So I just wanted to point.
We're losing you, Alderman. You for some reason you kind of got subdued on your voice, your volume.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you. As I was saying, there was a study done by the Water Quality Research Foundation, the University of Illinois, and the University of Cincinnati that confirmed that the UPC had a track record in water efficiency and water quality. And I'm only pointing that out again because of my capacity as chairman of public utilities. And that's why it's so important to me. I'm just trying to figure out which code is best for water quality. You know, I'm hearing various stories as I continue to research the legislation and do some independent research on the 2 different codes. You know, I'm finding a mix and array of things. I'm just trying to get to the bottom of it. And again, I would say I have no expertise in plumbing whatsoever. I don't even know what a wrench looks like. I won't pretend like I'm an expert in this, but I am interested in knowing which code is the best for.
We can't hear you. I can't hear you. Maybe everybody else can hear you.
Can everybody else hear me?
We could barely hear you. It's like you was starting to whisper.
He's fading in and out.
I don't know why. That's okay, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. I'm fine.
Stay. Okay, we're going to go to the Alderwoman from the first ward, the sponsor of the board bill to close. Alderwoman Tyus.
Mr. Vice Chairman and Vice President, because I'm still stuck on, I used that term wrongly in my committee. So I'm going to give you both titles. Thank you, I appreciate it. And Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I am shocked at some of the testimony I heard. It has gone off in many, many directions. There have been only 2 people who reached out to me that wanted to talk to me about this board bill. And one of them was the Alderman from the 21st who talked to me last night. And then there was another gentleman that we didn't get a chance to talk, but he did call me. I called him back. We played telephone tag. I did tell Alderman from the 21st that I would meet with anybody who had concerns after this, that if they had tried to reach out to me before, because this board bill got introduced and it sat on, it was in committee and sat there and nobody reached out as though they think that we are playing. So I still will meet with whoever wants to meet with me. If you want to bring me studies, you want to bring me things in writing, I will be glad to read them and address them. I do want to address some things that, and it's going to be short, it's not going to be long, excuse me, because I've been here, and I get up at 6 o'clock, and I've been here ready to go since 10 o'clock, and I didn't know we were going to have something before this, and I need to eat something. I also am pre-diabetic. I've been trying to eat fruit to keep my strength up. I sent to the members of the caucus a document about both the Plumbing Review Committee and the Plumbers and Drain Layers Board, which I got from the mayor's office, because the Alderman from the 24th said at the when we were debating the bill that the Alderwoman from the 11th had, that he thought all the people on those committees were Black. That is not true. There are 2 Black males and there are 2 white males. And what's so interesting is Mr. Lamarco Scales was appointed to the board by Francis Slay in 2013, and then reappointed by Francis Slay. Both the Plumbing Review Committee and the Plumbers and Drain Layers Board are the same people, nobody different. And they've been there for a long time. Some people been there since 2002. 3 of them since 2002, and one of them since 2013. So they've been the very same people. So what happens if you just have the same people over and over? They don't want any change. They want everything to stay the same. I can just imagine if a Southwestern Bell could have come before us many years ago and we talked about using a cell phone, they would have said, we don't want cell phones because after all, everybody has a landline and that's good enough. What do you mean cell phones? No, everybody has a landline. No, we don't need that. And that's what I heard today. I was very disappointed. Whether you're union or you represent an organization, the only people that I heard speak to what was in the best interest of our citizens and the people who we represent were the people who work for the city and whose job it is to make sure that they look out for our city. The rest of them came in and started talking about, but I'll have to pay more for books. I'll have to do this. I'll have to learn training. As I said before, I've been a lawyer. I passed the bar in 1988. And I had to spend a lot of money to become a lawyer. And then I had to spend a lot of money every year. You have to take what's called CLEs, continuing legal education training. Alderman Ryan has to do that. If you're a lawyer, you have to do that. If you're a hairdresser, you have to update. If you are a doctor or if you are a nurse, you have to update. I am just flabbergasted that you would come in here and make that argument. Next time, bring your lawyer so that you can make an argument that makes sense. Don't come and tell me I don't want you to change anything because that'll be bad for me. And I don't care what it is for your city. That made me very angry. That was what I heard you saying, is that I care more about me than the city. and the people who live in it. And I care more about the people who live in the city. And I also believe that people should update and train and learn new things, because otherwise you get stuck. I could not imagine anybody coming before this Board of Aldermen and said, don't change your laws. As a lawyer, I'll have to go find out what your new laws are. That's exactly what happens when we change laws with the city of St. Louis, when we change laws at the state level, at the federal levels. Lawyers have to run out and get updates. In fact, you can go down into our registrar's office and buy copies of our new ordinances. They charge you, but you can buy them, but you can also go online, because what has happened in the meantime is a lot of the things that you had to pay for. I paid hundreds and hundreds of dollars for this book, which now I can just go online and look up, but I still have them. But I don't use them often anymore because I go online. So to argue that we should not change our codes because you would have to buy $500 in books or $700. And I'm not discounting that. I am saying those kind of charges are passed on to the consumer anyway. Let's tell the truth and shame the devil, okay? They are passed on to the consumer. But I don't, the staff here said, but that wasn't true what you said. And then to bring up Legionnaire's disease, wow. Now the Alderman says he, from the 21st, said that he had a study that says that the UPC was better for Legionnaire's, better at controlling Legionnaire's disease than IPC. I would love to see that study. Anything that speaks to our health, I would love to see it. But I don't have it in front of me now. Mr. Scales said that they had taken a vote on the, I don't know which of the two committees he sits on. I don't know if it was the Plumbing Review or the Plumbing and Draining Board. They're the same people. And that they had won unanimously behind the UPC, and they had done an evaluation. But yet I see no written evaluation before us. Where is it? And since this, in essence, the same board bill came before us a few months earlier, why didn't they present it? Why do you wait to the last moment? If I got written proof, I'm going to share that with everybody, because that helps people make their decision. But when you come with your verbal barrage and you bring all these people and you talk to the chair of the committee, but you don't talk to the sponsor of the bill, that speaks volumes to me. The Alderman from the 22nd Ward talked to you about, he gets tired of that one Black person that you always produce to tell us that's why we should take a position. I know he's tired because he's been here since 2003. I first came in 1991. I'm very tired of it. I also have had a lot of exposure to the people that you bring down. And so I also go and look up when people say, oh, look at what we got here. They always send the one Black person who represents the organization, and they never send you the rest of the picture of the exclusion that occurs. If you have an organization with 15 or 20, 30 people that's running it, and it's one Black person, you are not inclusive. You are exclusive. And what you are doing is trying to fool us. That's not going to happen anymore. Thank you for the internet, because you can go look up these things anytime you want to. What I learned at WashU School of Law, how to do research. And I do research. I am a researcher. So, and when you do these kind of things, shame on you, because you've been used to fooling people for a lot of years of the things that you do, and say, well, look at here, we got this one, Mr. Coates, here he is. So, and I got myself, and I've been elected for 30 years, and I represent people who have to vote for me. Same things for the Alderwoman from the 19th, the 22nd, the 23rd, the 27th, all these people, we got elected, 21st, the 26th, the 24th, we got elected. You represent a group of people who want to keep things the very same. It is very hard for me to want to keep things the very same as a Black woman who got her law degree in 1987. Because people didn't want me to be at that law school, and they didn't want me to have that knowledge. And when I came down to this Board of Aldermen, Alderman said to me, we're not used to Black women being lawyers down here. Get over it. Because we're here and I'm here. And I was banished and I came back. So I hope the next time you come before our committee, you come with a more sensitivity of that we represent a community, not what you want. not what's in your best interest. And I speak to, most of these people can tell you, I speak to about what's best for our community and our city, not what's best for you. Now, I am not insensitive to things cost money. But again, if you're in a trade or a profession, you are going to need to update your skills. I don't want you to do, Black women, 1-800 Black woman will tell you, don't do my hair if you don't update your skills, okay? Because that ain't good for you. And if you don't know about it, I want you to Google Oprah Winfrey when she talks about that she let a white woman do her hair that didn't know what she was doing. And now she only used Black hairdressers, all these, but she's a billionaire. She still understands that. You don't even understand who you're talking to and what we represent. And I'm not just talking about the Black alderman, I'm talking about the white alderman too. We represent what's in the best interest of our community. And I'm not anti-union. My mother is in the union, still very active. My stepfather, who passed away, was in the union, and my father, all union people. Most of my family is union people. That's not the thing I have to take into account. Although I would like unions. I got my teeth fixed because of the union. I got to the doctors. I'm not anti-union, but I have to take into consideration what is in the best interest of my community. What is better for my community? I could not in good conscience support the other thing. I cannot in good conscience listen to you talk about keeping things the same and not changing things, not having your people update their skills or their training. That the more you talked, the more I felt really sad for the people who are part of your organizations. If you're telling me you don't want them to be updated and trained. When I was 12 years old, my mom, who was part of a union, I'm going to tell you this story, they wanted to do cross training at her job. And the union all said to her, oh no, you can only do this one job. And I said, Mom, but why wouldn't you want to cross train and know both? Because if something happens and you get laid off, you'll have more of a chance to keep your job. Go forth 2 more years, that's exactly what happened. But my mom did cross train, so she kept her job. So I don't understand people who don't know how to do multi things. I have a law degree. I also can hang drywall. I know how to change a dishwasher out. I can use a hammer and nail better than most people. One does not exclude the other. You have to learn to do multiple things. So does my husband. I love that about him, that he has a master's in urban affairs and planning and is in green energy. But when we go down to our buildings and work on our house, he has a hammer in his hand. I like that. That's one of the things I love about him. So when you tell me that you don't want people to know a multitude of things, I feel sorry for you. I'm sorry for your community. Like I said, I could not believe the things that came out of people's mouths. I came prepared to talk about the bill itself. You all came prepared to try to attack the bill and to try to slow it down. A simple phone call saying, hey, Sharon, can I sit down with you? Gets much better than what you're doing. That just makes me stand up, sit up and say, I am going to stay here till it's 7 o'clock in the evening if I have to, because this is the better bill. What is best for our city? It is Board Bill 103. It is the board bill that the people who have to implement it support. It is the board bill I believe the majority of this committee support. It is the board bill that I am asking the chairman and the vice chair and all the members of the committee to pass out with a do pass recommendation.
Okay, then. So we'll take a motion then to pass out Board Bill 103 with the do pass recommendation. Does anybody make that motion?
I make the motion.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Davis,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard, Alderwoman Spencer, Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman Boyd, I didn't hear you.
Aye.
Thank you. Alderman Bosley,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
Aye.
Alderman Oldenburg, Alderman Orion,
No.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderman Page,
Present.
Chairman Vaccaro,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
No.
Alderwoman Spencer, Alderman Oldenburg. 7 aye votes, 2 no votes, and 1 voted present.
So by your vote, you have passed out with the due pass recommendation for Bill 103 of the Public Safety Committee. I want to thank the sponsor of the bill for bringing this out and standing up for what she believes. What I would suggest that if you have issue, that you may want to call the Alderwoman because she has also that right if she wants to put something on the informal calendar and hold it, or to keep moving it through the Board of Aldermen. But out of respect for her, we voted on this today. And she would not hold one of my bills if somebody called and asked her to hold one of my bills. I support her in this, and my recommendation is if you have issue with this, it's still got to go in front of the full board, which, you know, at some point we got to pass something to start bringing the codes up to date. But anyway, I won't prolong this. Alderwoman Tyus, thank you so much for holding tight with us and for standing up for this. And again, I recommend that anyone have issue. She's very easy to get a hold of, and you should call her because she's also the one that will be working it through the full board. This is just a committee, but for the record, I will be standing with her.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. And I want to thank the city officials and employees who came down and missed their lunch. I was running back and forth to get pieces of fruit. I really appreciate it. This shows how much they care about our city, that they've sat through, what is this, since 10 o'clock this morning through this meeting. I appreciate you, Mr. Brindell and Mr. Slump and Mr. Sika, if you're still there. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Okay.
Point of order.
Yes, state your point of order.
Just a slight correction. Since 9 a.m. this morning, not 10 a.m.
Oh, that's right.
She was 90 minutes. That's true. And
That is correct.
I had to jump out. I want to thank Alderwoman Davis and Vice Chairman Boyd because I am diabetic. I take stuff fart and I had to step out a couple times. I would have probably fallen asleep or passed out here. Having said all that, I do believe we're finished unless someone else has something they want to bring up. I think at this point we could just take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. So everyone in favor of that will just say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Anyway, thank you all for coming.